Hello baby gangsters, this is Calvin, also known as Wormer, and this is my first ever playthrough of Genshin Impact, and today we're going to be doing Lynette's Hangout. But this Sunday, we're going to Natlan, and it really feels like there is this buzz in the air for me personally. Like everything, we're going into it with just like, you know, pure excitement, wonder, with our eyes open and our heart open. That's what we're going to be doing, and I'm so excited. Let's go to where is it now? It's over a decision. There it is. Okay. So you just have to stay away from the harbor, by the way, because that's where Natlan will start. This is the last hangout before. Now, obviously, there's hangouts we didn't do. There's the Baidu hangout. There's the Noel hangout. But obviously, we can come back to those anytime. Genshin isn't disappearing. I think that's like the most important thing for me to always note is that, like, you know, just because you don't do something now doesn't remove the possibility of doing it later. I think the jet quests like perfectly encapsulate that for me. So we're going to be doing this hangout, and I'm excited to talk to Lynette again. I honestly think that like having like basically what they are, because like the hangouts can be like, to me, are like story quests or branching paths. Like that's what they are. They really are like that. So having like a Lynette story quest with just so many branching paths sounds so freaking fun. Because some of these hangouts get serious. Look, there she is! Lynette, hello, how are you? Is that Lynette with little kitty?
Meow.
She meowing back? Oh my god. What are you up to? Oh no, I've never seen Lynette caught off guard in my life.
It's you. 1 second. Now activating chat mode. You made me jump there. I thought they'd finally caught me.
It made you jump? I didn't notice. I mean, it was a jump, and it was noticeable just because it's rare that she makes someone jump. I don't really want to say this just because, like, she's had some very big, like, she has some, you know, something really horrible with that happening to her in the past. So let's just say this.
My heart rate did. Jumped up a little, I mean.
So what kind of trouble are you in exactly?
Objectively speaking, the trouble was entirely of my own making.
Yeah?
Half an hour ago, I was at Hotel de Boer for a drinks reception. It was to celebrate the successful opening of a show, but it was draining my energy. So, I waited for the right moment, then snuck away so I could switch to standby mode.
Okay, so it is like definitely an introvert's nightmare, I suppose. I see, so they sent someone to find you and bring you back, but why?
Probably because I'm playing the lead role in the show.
The lead role?
Is that so surprising?
No, I didn't mean
I'm
like
always
that.
getting invitations to do solo performances. I just usually get Lyney to write back and turn them down.
Yeah.
But then came the Fontanalia Film Festival.
I don't think it's strange that she could do her lead role. I mean, I think it's more crazy that, like, yeah, because I'm like, oh, the lead role, and you're not going to go to the party, I guess. But then again, she doesn't have to. Like, we would never force her to do that. But, like, I think that's probably why they want her at the party, is because it's like, girl, you're the lead. Everyone wants to see you. That's crazy, though. That's awesome.
We took all the kids from the House of the Hearth out to see a film. And after it finished, they all started clamoring for me to try out acting for some reason. Even Lyney was chanting along with them.
I mean, maybe you're a good actor.
Anyway, it just so happened that a director called Mary who had sent me an invitation right around then. I'll spare you the details, but basically, I ended up accepting it.
So this is the dramatic debut of the magician's puppet?
Yep, you nailed it. I'm playing the role of a puppet.
I love the way, like, that 2 thumbs up is, like, even that is, like, feels very, like, introverted, you know, just like, yep, uh-huh. You know what I mean? Like, when someone's talking to you, you're like, sure, yep. It's so funny, because I feel like Lynette is, like, is introverted, right? But, like, I feel also like she's in a position where, like, if you, like, first of all, if you bribe her with snacks, she will help you out in a very social situation. She's also not bad at talking to people or, like, speaking her mind, which is also very cool as well. She's awesome.
In fact, the show's called The Lost Puppet, and it's a masked mime show. So, I don't have to do any facial expressions or say any lines. Literally just a series of physical movements. The director says it's a very avant-garde art form.
Avant-garde, she says. I love the way she said that. Yeah, that sounds Cool, though. I don't know. It sounds cool. That sounds pretty avant-garde, but can people understand the plot?
Art is not comprehended by the mind, but felt in the heart.
Great stuff.
At least, that's what the director says.
I actually like that.
Anyway, if nothing else, the opening performance seemed to go down well. At the drinks reception, everyone was crowding around me, saying, triumphant character portrayal, faithful adaptation of the original work, unequivocally, quintessentially avant-garde, and stuff like that.
That's crazy because, like, again, it seems very Lynette to have people around her praising the heck out of her. If that was Lyney would be basking in it, right? But Lynette's just like, okay, stuff like that, I guess.
But being the center of attention is draining.
Right.
So the moment they left me to go harass the director instead, I was out of there.
For once, you were able to use Lyney as a human shield.
The other thing is, some weird things happened while I was on the stage.
Like what? And by the way, there's two things. First of all, the director saying that, like, art is felt by the heart, not comprehended by the mind. I love that just because, like, I really feel like you can, you know, we like to analyze, you know, words and all this stuff and stuff people say and and talk about this stuff constantly, and with you and you guys like to do it back as well. We love that here on this channel. We love talking about every single line of dialogue on this channel that we can because it's so fun. But at the end of the day, I really feel like what hits you the most is like what hits you in your heart, right? The moments when we're crying and we're sad and stuff like this, and like if that can happen, if I'm crying over stuff you say, then, like, you know, even if like the mind can't comprehend it as well, it still means something, you know? But also, I think Lynette, you know, has a really, really interesting story here already. The idea of, like, you know, people being the center of attention sometimes just can't handle being the center of attention. I feel like, you know, it's also a common thing where, like, people will, like, you know, seek out, you know, probably being like the center of attention. Not saying Lynette is doing this, but people sometimes do it where they want to be the center of attention, but then they realize the center of the attention is very draining. And it can be, especially if you're someone who's like not used to being very social, it can be very, very draining. So I think it's just really, really well written what they're doing here with Lynette. Oh, look at the cat. Wait, with the bow tie? The cat has a bow tie.
Sorry,
Bonnie.
Bonnie. I didn't mean to leave you out of the conversation. My bad.
Oh my god, she's so sweet. I take it Bonnie's your pet cat?
Well, we just met. We bumped into each other right after I slipped away.
And you've already named her, honestly? Honestly, I would do that. That would be me.
Well, it'd be kind of difficult for us to communicate
There you go.
otherwise. Besides, I think she's taken a liking to the name. Haven't you, Bonnie?
The proud, yeah? That's me.
Yeah, that's right. Good kitty. We'll go find your owner soon, I promise.
Owner, not a stray cat then? Is she assuming just because of the bow tie, maybe?
Nope. She's wearing a
The collar, yeah, okay.
And for the most part, she's pretty well groomed. If she is a stray, she hasn't been for long. Her stomach's been growling a lot. I guess she must have been missing for a few days now. As much as I'd love to hang out with her for a while longer, her owner's probably worried sick about her. Assuming she has an owner, that is.
Right. Yeah, like, I feel like Lynette's just showing, like, how, like, absolutely, like, sweet she is. We saw that during, like, you know, the Knave quest as well. Like, even though she's, like, very, very tough on people, she's also, like, you know, very caring and wants to help people.
But the reception... I should probably show my face there again at some point, even if it's just to make excuses and leave again. Decision time.
And decisions are hard. It's a tough decision for you?
Well, I just find it exhausting, thinking through all the different ramifications
Oh
of
my
different
god, yes.
choices and so on. That's more Lyney's area than mine.
And that's fair.
So, unless it's something really important, I usually just leave the decision-making to him.
But for once, he's not here when you need him. Bet that doesn't happen often.
It's fine. He got Humane to make me a little something for just this situation.
Okay.
Poof! A fateometer.
What? Fermi making a fateometer? What's a fateometer? I guess it's gonna, you know, decide your fate.
It looks pretty over the top, I know. But it's essentially just a box of cards. He kept the design simple, so it'd be harder to break.
Very cool.
The way it works is, I pick a card at random, then look at the number on the card.
And how does it help you make a decision?
Well, for example, if the number on the card is 5 or higher, I help Bonnie find her owner. If it's less than 5, I go back to the reception.
Okay. Simple and straightforward.
I just have to believe in the bond between me and my cards.
The higher the cards.
And my fate will reveal itself to me in numerical form. At least, that's what Lyney said. Anyway, I guess I'll give you a demonstration.
A grinding
I
sound?
didn't like that. Was I using it wrong? Maybe if I just...
Lynette smacks the card box, all the cards fall on the ground, then you pick one at random. Oh my god.
Clearly, there's some design flaws to iron out. I'll have to let Fremine know.
I feel like it wasn't a design issue, it was just Lynette's pure brute force.
Let's see, which card did I get? 4.
Less than 5, so it means no helping Bonnie.
Well, the cards fell on the ground though, so I don't think it counts as fate.
I wonder if we're gonna have to decide.
If you want to get the right answer, you have to let fate decide. Also something Lyney said. So, to put it another way, if picking a card up off the ground is how to not leave it to fate, then that means it must be the wrong answer.
I think what Lyney really meant is sometimes you have to accept the answers you accept the answer you didn't want.
Or why don't you pick a card? Since I ran into you here, that means our fates are like interfering with each other.
Sure. It's so interesting because again, like we're so used to Lynette being like very, we know she's an introvert, but we also know like how like straightforward and serious she is, and it's so interesting to have like her have like a problem for herself. Because like what happens is then is like she actually like is like very nervous about it. You know what I mean? Like there's a nervousness in her voice that we don't hear very often. I'll pick another card for you.
Thank you. This one is final. I promise.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry
Here,
whatsoever.
Take the fateometer. If it's 5 or above, that means fate successfully changed. Anything lower than 5 is a fail. Also,
The double thumbs up is gonna get me every
if
time.
you have your own thoughts about what I should do, feel free to share it. Now that I've got a good problem solver here to help, I don't need to run every little thing by fate.
Biggest smile on my face whenever the double thumbs up is gonna come. So let's go. I think you should help Bonnie. Let's go.
So we're looking for Bonnie's
Let's start off with helping Bonnie's owner. So how do you plan to find Bonnie's owner?
I think I'll go to the steambird and see about putting an ad in the paper. You want to come along? I think Bonnie wants you to come
Let's
with.
go. 100%. And the thing is, like, I think this is okay too. Sure, if it means I get to hang out with you for a bit longer. Yeah. Honestly, no, I mean it when I say that, like, oh, we got a fateometer, awesome. When, like, I totally appreciate it. I nearly coughed, by the way. That's why I sounded like I was being really weird for a second. I'm trying to hold back the cough. Or that's me holding back a cough. Like, the first time we do any hangout, we usually do the one that we would do. Like, we choose the choices that we would do. And in this situation, obviously, like, letting her choose to, accept fate is probably the big lesson that Lyney wanted here. But also, like, I do think there's also, like, a thing where it's like, look, if you can't decide, I'll do what you wanted to do. It's very clear you wanted to help Bonnie. Let's help Bonnie, Let someone else decide for you. And I think that's okay, too. The team we're using today, by the way, is he okay? It's a team that was suggested by a patron, because I wasn't even sure what to do with the team here. But we have Tartaglia, Shangling, Kazuha, and Benny. That's the team. I haven't really used them at all. I've just recently leveled up Tartaglia as much as possible, and he's doing good. So I'm excited to maybe get to use it. We probably won't use him today in the hangout event. You never know. Sometimes there's combat in these events, right? And sometimes there's not. It could be a situation where there's no combat whatsoever, but that's okay. We still get to walk around as Tartaglia. Then tomorrow, when we're doing the cleanup episode, which the cleanup episode, by the way, will be us going around the map and getting every waypoint here, accessing every single waypoint, and going to Shenyu Vale and getting every waypoint here as well that we didn't get. And basically, we're gonna have a chat. I'm going to talk about Fontaine so far. I'm going to go get these waypoints as well, which I'm excited to get as well. It's exciting. It truly is exciting. Yeah. There's like one waypoint I believe I've gotten like off camera. And it was this one here because I wanted to level up my character here for this boss. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I've ever... I think the only waypoint. We've probably gotten other waypoints off camera for sure. Hello, Steambird. Hey, I'm back. Did you write my article? Tartaglia, we cannot write an article about the top 10 people you would kill. What do you mean? Is that not a fun article? I mean, I wrote like 11 people. Yes, I know, Tartaglia, but listen, it's a problem. We can't publish that type of thing in the newspaper. Oh, really? Can I borrow this bird? No. Can I borrow the door? Why would you need a door? God, Fontane's no fun anymore. Oh, we actually have to talk to her.
Every stupendous day starts with a steambird. Oh, hi Lynette. Hi Traveler. What can I help you with?
I want to ask, any commissions on about a missing cat?
I don't think so. Have you picked up a stray?
We have.
Yep. If there's no commission to follow up on, could we post a notice about the missing cat instead?
Why, of course. What a kind thing to do. Just fill out the form.
Big meows, big meows.
Well, we've registered you as missing. You can stay at my place until your owner finds you.
Very sweet. This pose as well is like, you know, I'm sure it's like a common pose amongst like a lot of characters. But like to me, like it's such like a relatable pose to me as well, because like I feel like sometimes like we like, you know, have you ever like seen like I think when I'm a bit like anxious, I'll like grab my other hand, or I'll like pretend I'm like, I don't know, like not pretend, it's like, you know, you kind of shuffle and fidget with your two hands or something like that. It's like, what do I do with my hands, you know? And like grabbing your other arm like this, like I feel like it almost feels like natural in a lot of ways, because it's like, okay, like having my hands down my side feels weird. Like I always have to be doing something with my hands, whether it's folding them or leaning them against something, or you know what I mean? I always, or like having them in my pocket. Like I can't just have my hands by my side. I can't. I just cannot.
Also, I just wanted to say thanks for keeping us company for so long.
Lynette, your company is like a gift. No problem.
Well, I should probably head back to the drinks reception. Hopefully most of the people have left by now. If you've got some time, you should stop by my place tomorrow to see Bonnie. There's a nice cup of tea in it for you.
You're trying to sweeten the deal. The deal said, when you said stop by my place tomorrow, it was like, yes, I'd love to come over. I'll be there.
See you then.
Tried to sweeten the deal. Cup of tea and a cat. Lynette, you are enough. You are enough. So it's 7 o'clock the next day. Oh yeah, we get some more mail. I forgot to get my mail yesterday, but it's okay. This is pretty crazy for the lantern, right? Pretty freaking crazy. So 7 o'clock the next day. When it comes to wishing on a few characters, like we just got like Child. And like the way I see it is, and like I don't know, like I could I look at like the banner, right? And we have a lot of wishes. We could in the last 7 days go and try and get Shenhe, but I'm worried that like it just won't work at all. We could also like start wishing on the Knave banner again, but like, and like even if we lose a 50-50, that means the next one is guaranteed too. But the thing is, like, I feel like because like Tartaglia and Child hasn't been on a banner in like a long time, there was this like true feeling of like I'm never gonna get that guy. And when I got him, like there was like this ultra feeling of like, you know, I felt like I'd be greedy even to do one more wish on a banner ever again. It really felt like that, because it was like I felt like he was unattainable for the longest time. I felt like I was never gonna have him on on my team. But yeah, really, really freaking cool. Like I think like if the next banner was like maybe like Sino maybe or something like that, I feel like I'd have to go for it for sure. Right? I feel like that would be a giveaway. Was that the owner of the cat? There's other characters too that like obviously we'd have to go for as well. Sino is a big one for sure. Oh, Navia as well. Yeah.
I believe this cat belongs to me.
I believe that you should. I was about to be like, hey, calm down. But he's not even saying. He's not even being mean. Stop shouting in front of Lynette.
I already told you, this isn't your cat.
Just take a breather, you two.
Yeah, take a breather. Take the chill pill. What's going on?
Oh, you're here. As you can probably see, you'll have to take a rain check on that tea I promised you. At least for now.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
This is my friend's cat. He's preoccupied with some important business, so I came to retrieve her in his stead.
That's kind of tough. I get that, but like maybe he should come to get the cat. Like, you know, I don't know. If it's his cat, he could have proof that it's his cat as well.
No. It's far more likely this cat escaped from the Humane Society.
How about we let Bonnie decide?
Bonnie?
This is Bonnie.
That's the name I've given her in the meantime.
It's Bonnie. Look, Bonnie likes it. Animal handling. Let's see what Bonnie decides to Wait! Oh my god! It's gonna be like the D&D game. Okay. Very, very, very cool. Let's go. I'm so up for this. I know how this works. Okay. Oh no, but this time it's... Oh, okay. We got a 2. Bonnie instantly runs and hides behind Lynette, poking her head out of her slightly to assess the situation.
This complicates things.
There's no way to tell who the owner is. I love that D&D stuff.
This is my friend's cat. It's normal for her not to trust me.
Listen, I'm the director of the Humane Society, okay? We've got so many strays, dogs, cats, you name it. I'm not even the one feeding them most of the time. You can hardly expect the cat to recognize me.
Then how are you so sure she belongs to... That's why we can't just give this cat to, like, either of you then.
She just looked somewhat familiar, so I came to check, just in case.
Okay.
If she turns out to be one of ours, I'll take her back. Simple as that. Even if that's not the case, the Humane Society could still take her in, if no one else comes to claim her, that is.
What's the Humane Society?
We're an organization that specializes in rescuing and sheltering stray animals. We've been in business for several decades now.
Okay, that's what it sounded like.
Bernard, the current director.
It sounded like it was like an animal shelter or something. That's why I didn't even like question it.
The Humane Society. Huh. The name sounds familiar. I remember hearing good things. Near the one in the Quartier Lyonnais?
Would it be a good idea then if let's say we want to try and see if he's on the up and up, could like we follow him to the Humane Society and then like be like, hey, you know, show us where you work and all that?
Yes, that's the one. Anyway, if it's not too much trouble, could I possibly take a closer look at the cat? If it turns out I really am mistaken, I suppose that means the cat belongs to this lady here. She would be the only remaining option after all.
It belongs to my friend.
With us here to keep watch, it should be fine.
Go on, Bonnie.
Oh my god, Lynette's so sweet. The voice acting.
Oh, nope. Looks like I was mistaken. They do look similar, but there's an ever so slight difference in this one's fur color. Deepest apologies, friends.
No, you're being honest. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Well, I suppose this means I still have a missing cat to search for. Apologies again for the confusion.
I trust you even more now. Honestly, I trust you even more. What are you doing, Humph? So is this your friend's cat?
Yes, exactly.
Wait a second. You lied earlier, didn't you?
Lied? I'm afraid
What
I
did she
don't know
lie
what you
about?
mean.
A liar always has a tell. The look in their eyes, their breathing pattern, the way they hold themselves. The things that can give you away are often more numerous than you would think.
What are you talking about? The way I see it, you're conflating baseless conjecture with fact.
Normally, when someone is called out, their breathing speeds up as they begin to panic. But your breathing pattern hasn't changed one bit. In fact, it's been strangely calm and measured
Wow.
this entire time. It stands to reason, then, that your agitated behavior earlier was all an act.
So it's like legit. What it legit feels like is, like because she hasn't been aggravated, or she hasn't had like a high heart rate, even when like she was trying to get the cat or arguing with someone. That means like she wasn't that bothered about it, I guess.
If you're a bad guy, I'm sure you'll take off running the first chance you get. If you're a good guy, the most likely explanation is that you're a member of the Guards or some similar organization.
She's like a master detective here. Look at this.
And you're basing this off of?
Intuition. Nothing more.
If Lynette says that you're a bad guy or a good guy, that's what we're going with.
Intuition. Well, I have to hand it to you, Lynette. You're right. I'm a member of the Guards. The name's Elodie. I'm currently investigating a cross-border smuggling case. This cat here, Bonnie was her name?
This is crazy.
Well, her owner is one of the prime suspects of our investigation.
Is this real?
A couple of days ago, our suspect got wind that we were on his tail and fled. That's most likely how he got separated from the cat.
Right, but like, this is real. This is a real thing.
I just so happened to stumble upon your notice in the steambird. So, I decided to see if he'd come back for her. But, it looks like I overestimated him.
If I were on the run, I don't think I'd come back either. For a cat, maybe. I think you would.
The impact of this case has been huge. The Marechaussee Phantom, the Guards, and the Special Patrol have all launched investigations. If there was even the slightest chance that he would show himself, I had to follow up on the lead.
Okay, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. But yeah, what's being smuggled?
A new kind of illegal drug. Imitation synth.
What? Please stop. Stop with the synth.
We confiscated all the synth on the market, but addiction isn't something that goes away overnight.
Of course.
Even without substances on the market, people are still looking for a way to get their next fix. And criminals are all too eager to capitalize on that addiction. That was the impetus for imitation synth.
This is insane.
Needless to say, a small-scale market opened up very quickly.
Now, here's the thing. Imitation synth, especially now after everything that's happened with the, like, if this is post... I think this is post Act 5, right? So with everything that's happened, like, imitation synth probably doesn't come from the it's probably not made of dissolved Fontanians, right? But still, it's not good to be, if they're smuggling this stuff, I'm willing to assume that it's still not, like, good. Not willing to assume, I know synth ain't good. You know what I mean, though?
After the original synth debacle, we put several measures into place to prevent similar incidents from occurring. The perpetrators got smart, though, and shifted their sales overseas before those measures could kick in. That's when the imitation synth smuggling
So they're
began.
making it a different place and smuggling it into Fontaine, which makes sense because I feel like at this stage, a lot of synth factories would have been, like, raided.
We only recently got word of the presence of imitation synth overseas. We managed to track down evidence of some early transactions. What we were able to find out, however, hasn't proven that useful given the amount of time that has passed. The Marechaussee Phantom launched an investigation to track down every person in Fontaine capable of producing a drug like that. That's how we learned about Bonnie's owner.
Who is he exactly?
He's a researcher at the Fontaine Research Institute. His name is Pierre. Pierre Lefevere, to be exact.
Pierre.
Lefevere.
Passive checks are a special type of checks, and okay, yeah. Instead of automatic triggers specific times, if you pass, there will be hidden information such as irregularities in a person's attitude or yeah. So it's like a passive skills are things that, like, I know in D&D, like, you have passive skills, right? And they help with, like, a lot of the stuff that you do and the choices. But I imagine this is still gonna be some sort of, we have to, like, we're it's an insight check and we have to check this. A slight look of dread across Lynette's face. Strange. She usually schools her expressions with mechanical precision.
The Marechaussee Phantom found him in Poisson. In addition to the cat, he also had a pendant with him.
I'm sorry, this is so effed. I like, the synth stuff, like, terrifies me so much. Just because, like, every time we've dealt with the idea of synth, it's gotten so dark. It's a beautiful pendant. It's like a sword and a snake? Okay. And like a ruler?
At first, there wasn't much cause for suspicion. A search of his house didn't reveal much to go off of either. The Marechaussee Phantom very nearly left it at that. It was only later that we realized the coat of arms on his pendant belonged to none other than the Lefevere family.
And that's the thing that Lynette
one
was...
of the most infamous aristocratic
Right,
families
okay.
in Fontaine.
And that's the thing Lynette was, like, getting worked up about.
Obviously, this discovery prompted a further investigation into Pierre. At that point, however, we discovered that he'd already fled. Now the guards and the special patrol are all searching for him.
Could his family be hiding him?
That's not possible, actually. The Lefevere family has been gone
So
for a long
Lynette
time.
knows about them for sure.
Exactly. Many years ago, several important members of the family, including the patriarch, were murdered by an assassin of unknown origin. From that point on, family's power and influence took quite the hit. The family is engaged in all manner of crimes. As you can imagine, there's no shortage of people waiting in the wings to take their revenge. And with the family severely weakened, they were able to do just that.
Right, okay.
Most of the remaining family members succumbed to sickness or hunger. The ones that survived are currently living their days
Jesus.
under a new identity.
It's actually a crazy, like, cool story, right? Like, it's like, you know, obviously, like, crazy to hear, but, like, such, like a cool story. The idea of this, like, freaking, like, family engaged in crimes, like, it coming back to haunt them, and now they have to live their days under a new identity. Like, you could see a full TV show about that, like, a family of, like, criminals who have to, like, have a new identity.
Pierre is one of those very survivors. He's been hiding away in the Fontaine Research Institute all these years. His true identity unbeknownst to all. Until now, that is.
Hot take. Anyone can, like, I feel like we're getting to the point where when someone says they work for, like, an institute or a research institute in this game, I instantly, like, just suspect something is wrong. Instantly. Is it really okay to share all this information with us?
Well, my fellow guards have told me all about how smart and
Oh, Jesus,
courageous
thank you.
both are. And I know you possess a strong sense of justice.
Somewhat. Depends. You put a pretty character up on that stand. Might change my opinion.
There could be a chance that Pierre, or one of his accomplices, might attempt to get close to Bonnie. Now that you've been briefed on the situation, I was hoping you'd help us keep a lookout.
Sure. It's a cool story. Cool story.
If I take Bonnie back to the guards with me, there's no way Pierre will try and come for her. Not even the most daring of criminals would attempt something like that.
Right. Should we keep Bonnie with us for the time
I
being?
have to admit, I'm not holding out too much hope that Pierre will come back for her. But if there's even the slightest chance, then it's worth a shot.
This is such a cool story. The idea of this criminal, like, living on a new identity, created a new synth business, ran away, and now we're, like, waiting for him to come back for the cat. So cool.
Well, I've got some other leads to follow up on. If Pierre does appear, please contact me right away.
Very cool. Like, legitimately, like, a really fun story. What's wrong?
It's nothing. I'm fine. It's just the head of the Lefevere family. He was the
No.
eminent person who kidnapped me all those years ago.
Okay, we can destroy them all. We'll find the ones that are left. I swear, like, oh my freaking god. That it's... See, this is why I'm glad I didn't bring up the kidnap thing at the start. No wonder that brought up bad memories for you. This is no longer like a cool story. This is a very, like, sad and harrowing story.
It was at a dinner party. Someone tricked me into boarding the Lefevere
Oh my
family
God.
carriage. Whoever it was, they took me back to their home.
Makes you so freaking angry. It makes you so... I'm so glad for the Knave. So glad the Knave exists.
But before anything worse could happen,
Yeah.
Father intervened.
So that's what happened.
Yep. Father was the one who orchestrated the fall
F
of
yeah.
the Lefevere family.
F yeah.
That's what led Lyney and I to join the House of the Hearth.
Oh my god, if I couldn't love the Knave even more than I already did. Such a horrible thing for Lynette to go through, I swear to god. Like, when I first heard about it, it made me cry. Like, I was in tears over what had happened.
After all these years, I never thought I'd hear the Lefevere name again.
And this is the thing, she's just trying to help with this cat, and it brings up some trauma from her past. Are you okay?
Don't worry about
I will
me.
worry about you.
I wasn't feeling sorry for myself.
No.
I was just thinking about Lyney.
Lynette, here's the thing. Nobody in their right mind would ever think that you, like, thinking about what you went through and talking about what you went through is ever feeling sorry for yourself. And if they did, they're stupid. If they do think it's you feeling sorry for yourself, they're stupid, right? So don't worry about that whatsoever. And she's probably thinking about Lyney, because Lyney will probably, if he finds out about this, he's probably going to try and, like, do something.
He's been acting strange recently. He avoids me for days on end, consumes himself with some secret investigation, and then out of the blue pushes me to do that acting job.
Trying to get you out of the way so he can accomplish something. I think we know Lyney is the type to act first. We know he is.
Thinking about it now, it's almost like the one I drew from that deck of cards was part of his plan all along. He must have asked Humane to help him out. In
Maybe.
any case, I know he's hiding something from me. He's really pulled out all the stops this time.
You think he knows about Pierre?
It's very possible. I'm sure he tried to send me away because he was afraid it would bring
Probably.
up some painful memories for me. It wasn't necessary, though.
Yeah, and I think that 100% from Lyney's perspective, from Lynette's perspective, it's like, look, like, I should be able to handle this. I should be able to deal with this in the way I want to deal with it. You should include me with this stuff too. But you can also understand from Lyney's perspective that he never wants Lynette to feel this way again. It's the exact reason why he tried to attack Rio. And Rio didn't know about this. I want to make that clear as well, right? But the reason he got so frustrated at the time is because of that. And of course it's his sister, but I'm saying like it's a big reason why it was such a big deal. Even if it was like a gentle containment, and that's what it was. It wasn't like this aggressive thing he did to Lynette from Rio's perspective, right? It was, but like from their perspective, it brings up a lot of memories. And so it's a very hard situation.
Even after all these years, he's still as overprotective as ever.
Right. And because again, it's probably on his mind all the time.
You'll have to help me teach him a lesson if we run into him along the way.
Along the way, are we going somewhere?
Yep. I want to head to the
Are you
Fontaine
serious?
Research Institute to learn more information about Pierre. Just let me activate search mode,
Okay.
and then we'll head out. Who knows? Maybe we'll run into Lyney along the way.
Are you trying to help Lyney with his
A
investigation?
little bit of both, perhaps. For the most part, though, I just have the sense that something's not right. Something isn't adding up about Pierre's story. I'm just not sure what.
I also want to know what secrets he's hiding.
Okay, I'll write a letter explaining everything to the crew. Once that's done, we can head out.
Here's the thing. I think that, like, it's very... I think everyone would agree that everyone deals with things in, like, their own ways, and everyone deals with the things in their own, you know, maybe in the wrong way sometimes, maybe in the right way, right? It depends on, like, the person and the situation. I think with Lynette here, there's talking her out of, like, doing, like, you know, going further into this, especially when, like, it seems she's so determined. Whereabouts are we going here? To me, would be almost insulting to her. I think she would be insulted if we told her that, oh, there's more cats here. If we told her that, like, you know, she can't do this when she's the one who's had to deal with this for years, you know what I mean? And I think of, oh my god, it's Shivers and Lyney! What the hell? Holy hell!
Lynette, you're not at rehearsal.
Did you hear that, Lynette? That's the most surprise I've ever heard in my life. Well, we can't press review? Oh no, because it's
You
not
can
passed
drop
yet,
the-
sorry.
Lynette, you're not at rehearsal.
And sorry, I skipped, there you go.
You can drop the act, brother. In fact, I don't think either of us will have a need for acting anytime soon. You should know better than to try and keep something from me. You've never been able to do that, even when we were kids.
There you go. There you go, Lyney.
And that's why I tried to distract you with the masked mime show. But I guess you're just too good.
And you can tell he's just trying to, like, keep her safe. You can tell.
Care to introduce us to your new assistant?
This is Officer Shovras, captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. You may have met her already.
Yeah, we meet again. So I wonder would this option be different if we didn't do Chiori's story quest?
Nice to see you. I should clarify something. Mr. Lyney's here at my invitation, not the other way around. To borrow your expression, Miss Lynette, I suppose that would make him my assistant more than anything. We've brought on Mr. Lyney as a consultant in the past. He was instrumental in helping us crack a case involving a perpetrator who used magic tricks to commit crimes.
Very crazy.
I was hoping he'd be able to provide some valuable insight this time around as well.
I love that. That like it makes perfect sense as to why he would be helpful in that situation. And in many situations, like he knows Fontaine as well, you know. And of course, it's the Lefevere case.
So you've heard everything then?
Everything we have.
That's exactly why we're here. There's always been questions surrounding the fall of the Lefevere family.
Lefevere.
Some people even believe the House of the Hearth was involved. Whoever was behind it all was extremely cautious. They didn't leave a shred of evidence. This very fact, however, leads me to believe it was indeed the work of that harbinger.
Oh, she's talking about the knave, right?
I took a look at the entrance and exit records of all the carriages that night. Let's just say it wasn't hard to deduce that there's ill will between you two.
Wait. Is she talking about the knave? Yeah. Honestly, she was right, though. She should have done worse to them.
Don't worry. I don't have any evidence to that effect, and I certainly don't plan on going to bat for such a despicable family.
There you go.
Plus, you were victims back then more than anything.
110%. 110%. And yeah, the knave should have done unspeakable horrors to them. So
I sought Mr. Lyney's help with the smuggling case. Nothing more.
You're really thinking about the House of the Hearth? I mean, like, let's be honest here. Like, the House of the Hearth was helping like crazy during the worst times during the Fontaine. You know what I mean? They were helping, like, yes, we have Alfonso, who was like, you know, someone we don't respect in any way, shape, or form. But like, it was the House of the Hearth that was like one of the big, along with Navi, one of the big reasons that people are like there's less people dead than there would be.
The way I look at it, it's a collaboration between us as people, not the organizations we represent. Besides, by working together, we can expose the truth as quickly as possible. You can hardly say that's at odds with the justice my organization strives for.
I'm assuming you wouldn't be opposed to some extra help? And like, again, like, I wouldn't judge you in any way, shape, or form. Like, it's very clear that, like, you know, we don't agree with everything the knave would do, you know what I mean, in situations, but like, from what I've seen, like, the knave, like I adore Daddy Mommy, you know? And like it's crazy because, like, in this situation, I would cheer from the rooftops at what the knave did to the Lefevere family, to be honest. I'm assuming you wouldn't be opposed to some extra help.
Not at all. I was planning to invite you from the very beginning, Miss Lynette. It's just that my assistant here raised some objections.
Lyney, I'm not the same person I was back then.
Yeah, and this is the conflict here. Lynette wants to deal with it in her way. Lyney doesn't want her to have to, like, go through the horrible stuff again.
That little girl who did nothing but cower in the corner in fear, she doesn't need saving anymore.
I know you want to protect your little sister, but little sisters don't stay little forever. Oh my god, and look at her, she's look at her, such a cute design.
I'm sorry, Lynette. You're right. I let my concerns get the better
respectful. So respectful.
Oh, and the next time you want to distract me, you should try a different approach.
With the little smile she has as well. You're right, Bonnie. I agree.
of me. Who's this? You pick up a stray while I was
Very
gone?
sweet interaction between Lyney and Lynette, by the way. To have them both, like, kind of, like, come to an understanding there very quickly. And Lyney not, like, you know, pushing back too much on it. You know, just accepting that, like, look, this is my sister. I do sometimes maybe, like, treat her as if she is still little. But it's, you know, because I think it's okay 100% for him to be protective, right? But again, it's her, like, as he realized here, it's her situation. It's hers to deal with. You know what I mean?
It's a bit complicated. I'll explain later. Anyway, her name's Bonnie.
Well, if there are no objections, then I suppose the only thing left to say
It's
is,
awesome.
Lynette, Traveler, welcome to the team.
Thank you, Erica. I mean, Chevers.
It appears the Lefevere family was very particular in their use of insignias and emblems.
A squirrel.
The family would use different emblems to mark differences in status, blood relation, and the like. In fact, the insignia that was discovered on the pendant was used to represent an illegitimate child.
So does that mean Pierre is a bastard child?
It's highly likely. That very status might have been what allowed him to emerge from the fall of his family relatively unscathed.
No blood
It
relation.
would also explain why he was able to assume a new identity as a researcher with relative ease.
Hard to trace yourself back, like if you don't have like official adoption papers and stuff like that.
We discovered something interesting, though. After talking to some of his coworkers, it appears he pretty much works at the Institute in name only. He's practically been cast out.
Apparently, Pierre was once addicted to synth.
Oh
He tried to use the
God.
resources at the Institute to create a substance with a similar effect. He claimed it was just for research purposes, but the Institute revoked his access to the relevant materials regardless. He was placed on disciplinary leave, pending a thorough investigation of his
Yeah,
actions.
hot take. How many times have you heard people from like institutes in Fontaine or in all of Genshin constantly like being like either placed on leave, kicked out, their experiments being rejected? To me, like it literally just, I think like at some point everyone in Tufat needs to get together and say, when we hear the word experiment, we need to just stop it. And I know you can be like, Calvin sounds like Celestia right now, but like I genuinely think at this stage it's like we need to stop this. Like at some like again, I know it's like, hey, well we need to do good research, yeah, but at some stage it's like, okay guys, don't buy that kid the chemistry set. You know what I mean? As a kid.
But it seems the Institute ran into some trouble along the way. Could have been a lack of personnel or a timing issue. In any case, they had to table their formal investigation into Pierre. Unfortunately, that also included reporting any relevant information to the higher authorities. As for his family background, it appears none of his co-workers at the Institute were aware of that information. All they could tell us was that he was quite the recluse.
Maybe we'll take our investigations elsewhere then? Did you find anything useful at his
Other than
residence?
the pendant, we didn't find anything else of note at his residence in Poisson. Based on the samples of imitation synth we've been able to analyze, it appears the substance leaves behind strong traces wherever it's produced or stored. Those traces might not be obvious to the casual observer, but they're not something our guard poodles would miss. Pierre's home, though, came up completely clean.
Okay.
We didn't find any records indicating possible involvement in overseas transactions either. So, the Marechaussee Phantom didn't view him as a major suspect at first.
Maybe he had a separate, dedicated area where he made the imitation synth.
Well, his neighbors did say he was often gone for long stretches of time. You would think with him out and about so much, people would have spotted him around Poisson, but residents said they barely ever saw him in town. If his reclusive nature was just a matter of keeping a low profile, I guess it would make sense for him to have a secret base to carry out his business.
Yeah.
After he disappeared, the guards conducted a thorough search of Poisson, but they didn't come across any suspicious locations.
It's crazy because it seems like this guy's used to like not leaving a trace behind.
Poisson.
What is it, Lynette?
You know Hotel de Boer, where I first found Bonnie? To get there from Poisson, you have to cross a stretch of ocean. It's not somewhere a cat could just wander off on its own.
Okay. So they'd have to be closer by.
A cat? You
It's
mean
his cat.
Bonnie is Pierre's
Yeah.
cat.
That makes perfect sense, right?
Oh, that's right! When the Marechaussee Phantom first tracked him down, I remember there being something about a cat in their report. So this is her?
From what we've learned about Pierre's habits, he doesn't seem like the type to venture out without a purpose. So what you're saying, Lynette, is that Bonnie couldn't have gone missing in Poisson.
Right.
If that's true, then...
That means Pierre brought Bonnie to the secret base, and then they wander off. So it's in Fontaine,
Bonnie might even know where it
in
is.
walking distance.
Wait, you think the cat can lead us there? But she's not trained like one of our guard poodles. How is she supposed to understand what we want her to do?
I can give it a go. Meow, meow, meow. Let's go. Let's try. Why not? Why not? A 2 again. Lynette, you try, please. Sarah Bonnie rushes behind by Lynette. She stays there quite okay.
Guess she's a little skittish around strangers.
I'll leave it to you then. The sweetheart of
Yeah.
sweethearts.
Meow,
Oh my
meow.
god.
Meow?
You tell him. Bonnie seems to understand what you want her to do. Okay.
Near the coast, the beach, and beneath the cliffs. The place we're looking for is most likely north of the court of
Great
Humane.
stuff. What a great like assertion. Like, yeah, a cat can't just swim across a gigantic ocean or like a stretch of the ocean. That is so freaking smart.
Well, I've certainly never taken a witness statement like this before.
Well, if it works out, maybe it's something worth getting used to.
Cats and humans are actually pretty alike. When it comes to communication, most of what we want to convey can be accomplished through body language alone. But humans tend to rely too much on speech to ever take advantage of that fact.
Right, okay. So, like, thank God we have you here. As always.
Of course, body language has its limitations. You're not going to be able to get across anything too complicated.
The important thing is that we now have a lead. Let's try and find a place that matches the clues Bonnie gave
Great
us.
stuff. Great stuff. No, seriously, like, freaking awesome, right? Like, that is just like a basic assertion of something that, like, you know, of like our location, of like the facts of the matter. And like, it's something that you wouldn't think of at first, right? But like, the cat being here actually helped us out so freaking much. Right here, we have the waypoint. Because like it's like, yeah, like it's such a simple like assertion. It's like, well, a cat couldn't walk there, a cat couldn't swim across this stretch of water over here, so the hideout must be nearby. Is this it? I thought there was gonna be like a domain or something.
Seems like Bonnie is trying to take us somewhere.
Great stuff, Lynette. We're lucky Lynette has like is in this touch with nature. Great stuff. Oh my God, we're following a cat. It's my dream. I have 3 cats. I love them dearly.
Gardamex ahead.
Oh, let's go. Gooba. So fun. So fun.
No time to look.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to know exactly what I'm doing with Tartaglia at first.
Into the wind.
But we're going to try our best, right?
You're mine.
That's the way I look at it. And like the obviously, like, I think another part of like the clear plan is to use Shangling a lot too with the other fire parts, so we can try doing that now actually. So let me see this now. You guys, I'm gonna go to this guy over here, so she'll come over here. Okay. So it's like that, and then you go. Oh, I guess we have to use this now, but.
Damn it, you can run, but you can't hide.
But like we would use the other ability to use the swords as well, right? When Shangling's ability is coming up. That's the way I look at it. Now I'm gonna have to like read up a bit more on his abilities in general. But like he has good charge attacks, like very good charge attacks. You know?
Everybody stand back! Booba, get them!
Riptide.
He's also like using Fischl's he's also using Fischl's bow, and the canon reason for her sharing her bow with Lyney was that he's a theater kid as well. The canon reason for her sharing her bow with Tartaglia is that he's also lost in his own world most of the time as well. So she was kind of like, okay, I get it. So this is the base. It's a very, oh my God, is it so out in the open? I guess not really, I guess, but.
Wow, Lynette, you found this place so easily. If I thought there was any chance you'd say yes, I'd recruit you into the special patrol here and now. No questions
You'd have
asked.
a very, very valuable person on your team then.
Sounds familiar. I pretty much receive letters daily from people trying to poach her from me.
That's actually like such a good compliment though, right? Like, you know, your assistant and your sister, I guess. People are always trying to poach her.
Let's just focus on our search. There's a lot to investigate.
So let's go. I love that is everyone hanging around here then? Because I was like, oh, everyone is like in their own space. This is so awesome doing another investigation.
Just as we thought. This is where the imitation synth was being made.
These bottles and jars, they're all imitation synth?
Looks like he's got more than just imitation synth stashed around here. In addition to the raw materials needed to synthesize the substance itself, there's a large quantity of cleaning agents and a few drugs I haven't been able to identify. These cleaning agents are likely used to dispel traces of the substance, like its smell. The Special Patrol did some digging into imitation synth. Our records indicate that it's very difficult for ordinary people to detect traces left behind by the stuff. I'm sure that was the case for Pierre as well. It must have taken a considerable amount of time and skill to ensure all those traces get washed away.
It seems like it's his specialty now is to make sure that like all evidence is not left behind at all, you know?
What are these other drugs for?
Like it seems like a big specialty of his to be like, yeah, like I can leave a place and leave my identity behind completely. And no one will actually know that I was there. Which I think, unless like, you know, there is like some trace, like there's a whole lab here, of course, but like the fact that like there's other stuff like his home was left without a trace, you know what I mean? Like the only thing that got us here was his cat. You know what I mean? We had to find his cat to get here.
The material these bags are made of, it's quite rare.
What is it? Look at Lyney's outfit, by the way. Such a sweet person. All I'm saying, if more men had like an open back and stockings, I'm just saying the world would be a better place. Does it look similar to a similar material to use for your magic pockets?
It's the very same, actually.
Oh!
Romaritime flower fiber. But there's something special about the composition of these bags. I took a closer look, and it appears they're not only waterproof, but also corrosion and leak resistant.
Okay.
Even the strings look specially designed to keep the bags closed nice and tight. I came across some bags made of the same material just now, but they were much smaller and thinner. From the look of them, they seemed far less durable as well.
So kind of like those small sealed bags?
Very similar, actually. Normally, it would be easy for a guard poodle to sniff out the imitation synth.
My
but if
God.
it was sealed away in a bag like that, it might be possible to elude detection for some time.
So they're just like legitimately like really good at keeping people off their scent.
But what could these big bags be for then? If the goal is to keep the imitation synth hidden and sealed away, these bags seem a bit too conspicuous.
Oh, you're saying that like if the goal is to hide things, they're like everything's really out in the open?
But what could these big bags be for then? If the goal is to keep
Okay, so it's the same line that it ends up on. Okay. Yeah, that's actually a very good point, right? It's like if we're trying to hide stuff, I love that Bonnie is with Lynette, then like why are we putting stuff out in the open?
When the Marechaussee Phantom searched Pierre's house, there was no sign of these barrels, right?
He must have moved them, but carrying them all the way out here would attract too much attention.
You're right. That doesn't seem like his way of doing things. How did he get them here then?
Examine the barrels. The barrels show signs of water damage. Dried up water stains can be seen around the circumference of the barrels. There seems to be a pattern to the location of the water stains. For some reason, they appear to be limited to the lower half of the barrels. The lids don't seem very tight, leaving sizable gaps around the edges. But there doesn't appear to be any traces of water inside the barrels.
Only the lower halves of the barrels appear to have been submerged in water.
Okay. So maybe they floated here? Is that possible?
Based on the various ingredients we've found, this appears to be where Pierre was cooking up his imitation synth. It looks like he used a special cleaning agent to get rid of any residual traces of the substance on his person before he left. That's how he was able to get past the guard poodles.
And that's why the Marechaussee Phantom didn't find anything suspicious in his home.
So then he transferred the imitation synth into small sealed bags and took it somewhere else for the drop-off.
No. I don't believe our suspect is the kind of person who'd go around carrying incriminating evidence with him. That would potentially create too many eyewitnesses.
Yeah, he's incredibly careful so far.
The cleaning agent and the sealed bags might get past the guard poodles. But if a member of the public or even a guard on patrol happened to see him during the drop-off, a quick search would reveal everything. That's still a very risky operation.
What if the drop-off happened at sea? There'd be no one around to see him.
The barrels we found were wet around the base, but the top half was dry. as if they'd been standing upright in the water.
So floating, right?
If you put a barrel in the water, it will normally float on its side.
Oh.
Unless it's heavily loaded, in which case it'll sink.
Did he use the bags, the special bags to tightly seal the bags full? Maybe? Turning them to airtight flotation devices.
Yes. With flotation rings around the body of the barrels,
Insane.
they'd stay upright in the water. And then he could afford to load them more fully.
Crazy. Look at that.
You think he used floating barrels? I suppose
That's
if he
so
acted
cool.
at night, when there are very few other boats around and visibility is low, it's a valid theory. We can't rule it out.
Like, we don't like this guy, but like, I just think the actual investigation is so cool and all the stuff we're revealing here. Like, it's a very, like, interesting, like, turn of events around every corner.
But then, wouldn't the barrels be carried off by the waves or the currents? How would the person doing the pickup know where to look?
The barrels that could float away and get lost at sea sounds difficult to keep in one place, kind of like certain pets. Bonnie's like, yeah, that's me.
Traveler, can you come take a dip in the sea with me? I have a feeling that somewhere down there, we might find some rope. If a rope can be used to keep a pet from running away, then why not a barrel?
Good reasoning. Very good reasoning. And honestly, like, Lynette be like, do you want to take a dip in the sea? Like, honestly, is like the most fun way of putting it. You know what I mean? Like, it's and again, it's very casual as well. It's just like, hey, do you want to take a dip in the sea? Instead of saying, do you want to go investigate? Very nice way of putting it. Yeah, the idea of like him like leaving no trace behind, but having this place out in the open, like Lyney was saying, it is very strange, right? It is a very strange occurrence, for sure. But that's what makes this investigation like so interesting. Like, you know what's what's crazy about this is that every time I go like, oh, that's like such a cool thing, then I like remember the stuff with Lynette and like her past and all this stuff, and all of a sudden the cool thing turns into like, yeah, but I can't truly like just sit here and be like, oh, it's so sick. Because then I think about what happened, it's like, oh yeah, but like, this is still gonna like probably not end in the best way possible. Hopefully it will end in the best way possible, but we'll see how everything goes. Before we go any further, I have a few of these, so I might just do these really quickly. It might be fun. Okay, we got a 4-star, which is always nice. It might be a weapon though, I'm guessing. Yeah. I mean, the Favonius sword is a cool weapon. You know what I mean? Like, I'm okay with that. I think whenever you get these, you just use them anyway, right? Whenever you get them. So it's not like that big of a deal. And it's from leveling up a few characters. Yeah. Yeah. For sure.
This place is pretty dead. By which I mean, there's nothing to kill.
Oh, you tell them. You tell them, Tartagula. You tell them. There's nothing to kill here. I do like playing as Tartagula, though, like, kind of like, you know, Harbinger helping out, like, House of the Heart member type thing. It kind of feels kind of good. Look at how... I think, like, it's so easy, like, because I've been here for so long to kind of, like, feel like, you know, this is just a common thing. But every time I go down the water, I'm like, okay, I'm down the water. And then I go, wait a second. Look how pretty this is. Look how pretty it is to be underwater.
The wreckage of a small boat? This isn't the place.
Nothing there, no? Over here? Like, it's I will never take for granted how, like, in this game they let us swim underwater like this.
This isn't the place.
And it's crazy because the new mechanic in Natlan is that they, a perception check success. In Natlan, you get to, like, teleport to Los Angeles any day. It's crazy.
Got it. Time to go up and report.
There you go. It's actually a crazy mechanic. Go to Los Angeles, get a cup of coffee, I wouldn't mind. Actually, like, that's the thing, like, just from watching, like, American shows as a kid, because I watched King of the Hill and, like, all those shows as a kid, like, it made me want to, like, visit, like, American cities a lot. Like, a lot. I want to meet Boomhauer and Dale.
As expected, we found a few pieces of rope and some anchoring stones underwater. If you attach them to a floating barrel, it would look like this.
So cool how they're using this illustration here, because it's so simple, but, like, it would help, you know?
With this anchoring system, it would be possible to use floating barrels for the drop-off. You would just need to drop them in the water at the agreed-upon location. We also came across the wreckage of a small boat. It must have been left out on the water and capsized due to the force of the wind and waves. Its small size, however, would have made it perfect for staying undetected.
There you go. Like, it's so freaking cool how, like, they're showing Lynette's strengths with this stuff as well. It's so cool.
Let's talk this through. Based on the evidence we've collected, it seems like Pierre would row a small boat out to the agreed-upon transfer point, drop off the barrels, leave, and then row back and retrieve them after the transfer was complete.
Why use such a convoluted drop-off method? Wouldn't it be easier for both parties to meet up at a transfer point on their respective vessels? Let's ask that.
It could be that he was trying to avoid meeting up with his associate face to face.
Ah.
As one of the sole survivors of the Lefevere family, maybe he was just used to that sort of elusive lifestyle.
Trying to keep his, and maybe that's why he's been able to elude stuff for so long as well, is because, like, not just because he's like a, as they said, a bastard child, but also because he is, like, you know, so careful with this stuff.
It seems like Pierre deliberately chose the floating barrel method so that the goods could be dropped off and picked up at separate times. That way, the two parties wouldn't have to meet each other.
Well, if that's the case, they must not have a very close working relationship.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. Assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. It's possible they were just trying to keep a low profile. Two boats sailing to the same location at once could be too conspicuous.
Very true. Yeah, but, like, I think this is so interesting that we're chasing after someone like that has been able to hide their tracks so well. And now, like, it's unraveling, like, a tiny bit, right? But you can still see, like, the methods and the effort that they put in to, like, hide this stuff as well. And I really do like that it is, like, you know, Lynette unraveling this too, right? I do think it is good. You know, because, again, it's her choosing to, like, deal with these emotions from her past in the way that she wants to deal with them. And if that's healthy for her in the end, that's fantastic, you know? We'll always be here to support her, just like every character that we adore.
The most important thing is that we can now confirm Pierre wasn't acting alone. The floating barrel drop-off system is proof enough of that.
Great stuff. Great stuff.
Let's say for now that he was only in charge of producing the imitation synth. That would mean there has to be at least one other person involved in the operation, likely in charge of transporting the goods across the border.
That explains why we couldn't find evidence linking him to the overseas operations.
Since we've determined that the goods were transported by boat, maybe we can track down some travel logs or something.
Fantastic. Everyone using their brains together.
We can certainly check the various
Love
ports
it.
for that information. It's possible, however, that Pierre's associate also used a small boat for the transport.
Right.
And docked along the shore rather than at a large port. If that's the case, it's unlikely there would be any record left behind.
Yeah, it's like every turn in this, like, we get like a step forward, and like then they also still like to try to reaffirm like how careful this guy is. Have you looked into the ports already?
Absolutely. Before Pierre disappeared, we made sure to investigate all sorts of outward-bound vessels. We also had port authorities keep a lookout for anything suspicious. Unfortunately, we were never able to find out how they managed to get the imitation synth across the border.
A small boat and a few barrels isn't going to get you very far.
You're right. Whatever vessel was used for the pickup, the person responsible for smuggling the substance out of Fontaine would have had to use a larger vessel for the actual transport. That's the only way they would be able to smuggle on a large enough scale to make a profit. They must have found a way to disguise the imitation synth to clear port inspections.
Yeah, well, even if you can't find any travel logs, we can still search for other clues.
Exactly. We can't let any opportunities slip through the cracks. Although, given the amount of ports that could be involved, we should probably split up.
Okay.
I'll run home and ask some of my brothers and sisters to try and dig up some information.
Oh my god, thank you.
I should also head back and update my platoon on our progress. I'll grab some reinforcements while I'm at it. Lynette, Traveler, why don't you head to Lumiduce Harbor and see what you can find out?
I love that since we were already together as a crew, they're just like, yeah, you two go together. I'll take it as well. It's been great hanging out with Lynette as well. Can I say as well how like I love it's a very Genshin thing, and it's a good way of like, you know, writing characters, especially in the hangouts and like story quests. Like it is like about like, you know, expanding upon characters that we already know or characters we just met, like, you know, either an event or something like that, or sometimes you meet them for the first time, but it is about expanding a character. It's like, you know, showing like all elements and all like the little nooks and crannies. And obviously, like, here's the thing, you will learn more about characters as time goes on, and that's what's so good about Genshin as well. Hu Tao recently, like, you know, had had a story that came out, just like she was a main character in the Lantern Rite as well, just in the same way that you know, we do a Navia story quest and we learn more about her, but then we will learn more about her in the Chiori quest. And you could say, well, like, no, she just shows up in the Chiori quest to do something fun or funny, or it's a funny moment. But those funny moments matter too. I always talk about it. Sometimes learning how a character eats their eggs in the morning is almost more important than the crazy backstory they have, because you learn about their mannerisms, how they take things, how they like to eat things. You know, do they put too much ketchup on their sandwich? You know, all this stuff. Like, that's really, really interesting to learn for me. And I love these hangouts as well here, because like they really do take their time. They go through the dialogue slower than usual, and that's probably one of the elements that a lot of people with the hangouts that because why a lot of people don't like the hangouts is because they do take a while to go through. But I really do like that they take like such meticulous time with this, and you usually get to learn so much, even about the peripheral characters that aren't even like the main character of the hangout, is what I'd say.
All right. Come on, Bonnie. You too.
Come on, buddy. If you get what I'm saying, like, I love quests in Genshin because they just like it's like you get to have an amazing Archon quest that are some of the most incredible things you've ever seen. And then you get to expand on characters through either hangouts. I don't know, you don't do them anymore. Hangouts, events, or story quests. And this is what's happening here. We're learning about the strengths, Lynette's investigation strength, how smart she is with that kind of like analytical stuff when it comes to like different situations that we're dealing with here. Lyney, who's like a very good leader in a lot of ways too, and taking the lead and taking initiative. We also like you know, from Fremene's perspective, if he was here, he's very good at like particular tasks too, and especially like he's very like go-getter, and he's very good at just doing the task, right? He's very good at getting a task done. And then we have Chevreuse as well, who's also using her connections and her ability as like, you know, a musket as well. And it's like, I don't know, I love it. I love it. I love it so much. I love it so much. I think they do such a good job with this stuff.
No time to
It means the world to me. I'll tell you that much. It means the world to me. Wait. Uh-oh. Wait. Oh, no, it's here. It's here. Oh. Wait, we never got the... Oh, we never been here. Have we? We've never been here. Interesting. Okay. There's a boat here, so we should probably take this boat here. Interesting. I thought it was going to the other harbor for a second. But yeah, I think you... Oh, it's so pretty over here. I think you get what I'm saying when I say that, like, I love the expansion of, like, all of these characters throughout the story quests and stuff like this. And, like, I do think that they intentionally do that, where it's like, you can play an Archon quest, and you'll get such a good idea of a character. You get such an idea. You'll get like a large portion of the main story for sure, 100%. And in fact, the main story is in the Archon quest, right? But then what happens afterwards is that for people that want it, they can like do these little fun quests that expand upon a character, or maybe even they don't even have to expand. I want to make that clear. They don't even have to expand upon a character. They can also Is there a boat? I thought there was a boat. Maybe I was wrong. It is.
No time to lose.
It could just be that you want to spend more time with a character. And that's what we're getting here too. It's awesome. Let's go. I've never been there. That is insane. But then again, there's so many places we haven't been in. Look at Dragonspine in the distance. Is it wrong that or maybe you guys feel the same? I feel super nostalgic for Dragonspine. I know, like, it was difficult, and there's parts where it's like, oh my god, we're gonna die here. But I just have like a super strong nostalgia feeling for Dragonspine. But I just did a Lantern Rite quest. That was one of the best quests I've ever played. So like, it's like I feel nostalgia for like a game I played for a year now, but I'm also so excited to play more of everything. This harbor's quite pretty, right? It's small, but like it's really pretty. Whereabouts are we going? The entrance here. Who's that in the water? It's just So Rush. Don't worry. Oh no, it's Tartagula.
Oh, Lynette, traveler. And Bonnie, too. What brings you
And
all
Bonnie
here?
too.
Did something happen?
We're here to check the travel logs. You update them on the situation.
Oh. I see. Thank you for everything you're doing for the people of Fontaine.
It's no issue. What are you doing here?
I'm in charge of guarding the port.
Oh, that's Elodie.
mentioned you were after some travel logs, right? I can go fetch those for you.
I was actually like, why? How do you know? How do you know Bonnie? And then I was like, oh, that's her from earlier.
Looks like I've got another hard day of work ahead of me.
Are things usually pretty hectic around here? I can use my connections to get you a day off if you want.
No, not usually. It's this incident that happened recently. Before that, everything was normal. All we had to do was confiscate anything suspicious and we could call it a day. Pretty simple stuff. But things are much more complicated now. We somehow let suspicious cargo pass through the port undetected.
Oh.
Not even our guard poodles were able to sniff it out. Even worse, we still don't know how the perpetrator was able to conceal the goods so well.
We know how the scent was able to like get why it was the bags, right?
By suspicious cargo, do you mean imitation synth? Yep. However, prohibited substances are just one example. We confiscate all sorts of contraband during the course of our inspections. Or at least, we're supposed to. So what happens to the goods you confiscate? Oh, we keep them in a storage locker. If they turn out to be something particularly dubious, we'll turn them over to the Maison Orderly.
Okay.
If the goods are only slightly suspicious but could otherwise be harmless, like raw materials that could potentially be used to create contraband, we return them to the ship they were confiscated from, instead of letting them pass through the port.
Sorry for the wait. These are the travel logs for all the recent activity at the port.
Thank you, Elodie. Oh my God, Gerard! What a freaking poodle! Hello, Gerard. Hard day at work?
Oh, you brought Gerard with you.
Actually, he followed me here himself. It's like he smells something on me.
Gerard, do you know something?
Huh. I wonder why Gerard is reacting to you two so strongly.
Could it be that we left a place where the imitation synth was made?
Huh? We were so careful not to touch it, but we still ended up with traces on us. If it leaves a residue so easily, I just don't understand how the culprit was able to disguise the goods at all.
Yeah, it's getting more interesting by the minute.
Why don't you have a look at the travel logs first? All ships coming in and out of the port are recorded here, except for the ones the port authorities ride to and from work.
You flip through the numerous travel logs, you notice several instances of Humane Society. Oh my God! The dude from the start! Wait! We encountered the organization before,
Their
right?
name is all over the
Oh my
exit cards.
God!
The purpose for leaving is always listed as overseas adoption.
Oh my God!
Ah, the director of the organization explained that actually. He said a lot of the cat and dog breeds unique to Fontaine are also very popular overseas. So his organization offers an overseas adoption program.
But the connection now.
Bernard, the director of the Humane Society, was the man who came looking for Bonnie earlier.
Could that be him? No way. That cat fled from Pierre, just like the cat Humane Society is looking for. The cat that fled from Pierre is just like the cat Humane Society is looking for. Could that really be a coincidence? It seems as if Bernard was also hiding something. He seemed so insistent, but only ran a cursory check before leaving it like that. When he became looking for Bonnie earlier, what if he actually was there to check if Bonnie was his missing cat? Maybe there was some other purpose.
Have you figured
Oh
it
my
out too,
God!
Trevor? The way the criminal disguised the goods. When Bernard asked to take a closer look at Bonnie, he was actually checking whether there was any imitation synth in her stomach.
He was using the animals as a shell. No way!
Wait, what?
That's
The
disgusting.
sealed bags we found at the secret base. They were specially made to be corrosion resistant.
So that they wouldn't be digested.
And there were gaps around the lids of the barrels, and air
What a
bags were used to
freak.
keep them upright in the water.
So the animals will be like, okay, let's get him. We have to end this guy.
Those drug shovers found at the secret base. she most likely didn't recognize them because they're not used on human beings. It's an anesthetic used on pets. The perpetrator must have given it to the animals.
So they would still keep floating in the barrels.
Sure. Must have made the animals swallow the
Dirtbag.
sealed bags full of
Dirt.
imitation synth at his secret base. Then he stuffed them into floating barrels and left the rest to Bernard.
No. Absolute dirt. We gotta get this
The
guy.
sealed bags combined with an animal's body odor would certainly be enough to mask the scent of imitation
I
synth.
despise this guy.
During our inspections, we would have never thought to inspect the bellies of
Of
those
course.
animals for anything suspicious. Even if we tried to feel around for something, I'm sure it would be difficult to detect.
Yeah, like you would, like animals, like you know, you obviously have to get them checked, but like there will sometimes appear with like, you know, they will sometimes have like a strange like a part of them that you're like, what's that? And you of course get it checked, right? Sometimes it's nothing, sometimes it could be something, but like a person who's going to be just checking stuff every once in a while is going to be like, it's not going to be like, oh, what's that? Let's get this checked out. You know what I mean? It's.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
I bet Bernard even transported animals with synth in their stomach alongside ones without. That way, it would be even harder to say with certainty that something was amiss.
Do you think Bonnie could have an imitation synth in her stomach?
She's probably in the
Oh my
clear.
god, this guy.
Otherwise, Bernard would have never left without her. I'm guessing he didn't know whether Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth before he fled.
So maybe, like, I'm thinking that, like, maybe it's him, it's Bernard is Pierre and he's trying to hide it. If he's good at, like, doing this, like hiding thing, then, like, we wouldn't even detect that.
Just imagine. He sees the notice we put in the steambird, and it turns out that one of the very cats he gave to Pierre for the smuggling operation is out in the open, roaming the
Oh,
streets
maybe
of
that could be a
Fontaine.
2. Yeah, that could be a 2.
If Pierre had already hidden the next batch of imitation synth, then Bonnie would practically be living proof of their crimes. He would have had no choice but to go after her.
So, that's why he came to find you and insisted on taking a closer look at the cat.
So much dirt. Pierre must have fled in a hurry. That fact probably spared Bonnie.
Wait a second, I'm a little lost here. I get the part about hiding the substance in the pets, but those, what did you call them again? Floating barrels? Why even put the animals in there in the first place? If you've got something as convenient as a floating barrel, why not just stuff it with the imitation synth directly? Why not wait to hide the stuff until after the exchange has been made?
In order to make sure the animals could swallow the sealed bags, they made them extremely thin.
This is so horrible.
Had they not done that, the animals would have likely bitten or chewed through them.
And if any of the imitation synth linked out, they would also need a lot of cleaning agents to get rid of the resulting smell. Here's the thing, right? Someone might say, like, you know, and I don't think anyone would, but like, let's say, like, devil's advocate in the worst, I mean devil's advocate, like, oh, well, it wouldn't burst, you know what I mean? So, like, it's not going to burst in their stomach, so anything wouldn't bow. It's not, and I feel like, you know, everyone knows this. So, it's not, like, me, it's like redundant me even explaining this. Doing that anyway is such a breach of trust of your animal, and it's such a horrible thing to do as well. Like, that at the end of the day, it's just like, it just seems really disgusting to me, you know?
That step
like,
would have required
not
a
seems,
lot
it
of
is.
energy, as well as a certain amount of technical expertise. So it was better left to the more experienced Pierre. We've already proven how easy it is to pick up trace amounts of imitation synth, so I'm sure Bernard was taking all the precautions he could to avoid the same fate.
Oh my god.
Okay, then let's head to the Humane Society right away and bring that guy to justice. I'll bring a Gardamek to speed up the
Yeah,
process.
okay. You know what's crazy about this? This is probably the longest section of a hangout ever. Ever. Like, we've never had, like, this length of a hangout section before. And that's probably just because, like, you know, like, I've said they have gotten longer. They have gotten longer and longer as time has gone on. They have. But, like, since this is, like, the last one, like, I would never complain about that as well. Like, honestly, like, I think that, like, you know, I'm playing this in 2 parts as well. I'm going to be playing in 2 parts and uploading in 1 big part. So I don't really mind any of that either. But I wonder how you guys feel about the length of them as well.
The headquarters of the Humane Society should be somewhere around here. Bernard could show up any moment now.
You're the people from earlier.
Dirt.
Wait.
Dirt,
you're
dirt,
from
dirt, dirt, dirt.
The guards?
You are dirt. You are dirt, dirt, dirt. You are dirt.
After him.
Oh, we're chasing. Oh my god. As Lynette. Let's get it. Oh my god. We need a detective comic about Lynette. And I'm not talented enough to freaking draw it. Blocked off by a Gardamek. Well done, Gardamek.
Give it up, Bernard.
Mercy. Have mercy. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything I know.
The Humane Society has done so much good over the years, and yet you have committed such an atrocious deed in its name.
It's atrocious. It's horrible. It's disgusting. It's evil.
Look, I didn't have a choice, okay? My father cared about those blasted animals so much, he didn't bother to take care of his
Shush.
wife and son
Shush.
at all. While those animals were showered with love, I lived worse than a dog.
The issue with this is, right, if you came to me and you didn't do anything to these animals, and you came to me and you said, my father treated the animals better than me and he treated me like a dog, I really just didn't like those animals, so I didn't do anything to them, but it just really just like upset me, I would feel so sorry for you. I would think that's horrible. The issue is here now is that those animals, do you think the animals were looking at you going, hey, we're treated better, you know, like you're dirt. You're dirt.
No one asked. Tell
I
me,
love Elodie.
how did you first get to know Pierre?
Honestly, in this situation, it's a no one asked. Like, you can't, like, you know, you can't get sympathy after, like, a crime like this.
Well, after I took over the Humane Society, it gradually became harder and harder to maintain its operations. Until one day, someone suddenly passed me a letter. It said that I could stand to get a large sum of money as long as I helped them to transport some animals abroad. It was only after a few such transports that I finally understood what I was really transporting.
And you stopped, right? You stopped then?
But then Pierre wrote to me, saying that we were already partners in crime and that I better keep cooperating with him if I didn't want to be reported to the guards.
Bro, here's my issue with this as well, right? Here's my big issue with this. I think any normal person, right, would be worried about what the guards would say, right? Any normal person. But the issue is here is that once any ordinary, like, caring person would find out that what they were doing with the animals was, wait, hold on a second here. Is he saying that he knew about that their animals are transporting something, but he just didn't know it was synth? Is that what he's saying? So it's not even like nearly like, because I was about to be like the 1% where I was like, look, yeah, I understand it's terrifying, right? You should have still freaking said something. That's what I was trying to say in the end. I don't care about this whole like, oh, like, well, he told me this and didn't tell me this. Dude, once you find out what's happening, you report it. You report it. If you knew, and also if you knew, it's even worse if you knew beforehand what the animals are doing. The animals are not your transportation mules, right? Drug mules. Obviously, mules were used to transport things in terms of like, you know, cargo and stuff like this, like for people. But I'm saying in this sense, they're not your freaking mules for your substances. The expression seems unnatural. I'll change his expression in a second. There was a hint of dishonesty trembling in his voice, I bet. Dishonesty should be his middle name. Bernard Dishonesty here.
You knew it from the very beginning, didn't you? The reason why you had to go through so many steps just to transport.
That's the thing. Even if you didn't know from the beginning, Lynette, once you find out, you say something.
I'd suggest that you confess everything right now if you don't want to add anything else to your list of crimes.
Yes, officer.
Yeah, you eek. Dirt. Absolute dirt.
I would order wooden barrels and flotation devices according to his instructions, and then load the sleeping animals onto a boat. Once I sailed to the location he provided, I would dump everything together into the sea. And a few days after that, I'd come by again in my boat and pick up the animals sleeping in the barrels. Once I had received enough of them, I'd bring them to the harbor to be adopted abroad. That guy, Pierre, he was running the entire show. He set up all the meeting times and found all the foreign adopters. Oh, and he even supplied all of the goods, too. I just did the transport. He was the one who planned out and executed everything else.
You're still dirt. Where is he now?
Look, I don't know, okay? I've never, ever met him in person. We've only ever communicated through letters.
And when did he send his final letter to you?
Just last night, he said that the Marechaussee Phantom is now after him, so he's planning to go into hiding for some time. He didn't mention where he's thinking about going, though, but he did tell me to look out for the guards.
It's been a few days since Pierre's last appearance. I'd wager that he sent that letter after he found his hiding spot.
So where's the letter now?
I burned them. It
Oh,
was
good
on
job,
his
buddy.
orders.
Good job.
I had to burn every letter after reading them. I wasn't even allowed to share them with the rest of the society employees.
Sure sounds like you're trying to use the lack of witnesses or evidence to pin the blame on Pierre.
No, I swear, this time I'm only telling you the truth.
Well, we can check the truth of your statements at the Opera House. I hope you know what'll be coming
Exactly.
for you if I were to find any discrepancy between the evidence and the testimony you just gave.
I mean, even if he didn't, put him in the fortress for forever. Forever.
I know, I swear I was just telling the truth.
My thanks to you both. Had it not been for you, I
Wait,
really don't
it's
know
not
what
ending
would
here. We have to
happen
get Pierre.
Bonnie helped too.
That's true. It was all thanks
I
to
love
her that
Lynette,
Bernard
but he was
was
sticking up for
finally
Bonnie here.
exposed.
The way she said it too was so like,
Bonnie helped too.
it's like Bonnie helped too. She's like, you better put respect on Bonnie's name. Good old Bonnie. Bonnie suddenly runs and hides behind you, behind the both of us.
And it looks like she's grown quite fond of you two as well. Then I'll leave you be. Just let me know if you find any other.
Are we not catching
leads.
Pierre? It's okay. Oh, maybe we are. Maybe we still are. It seems Lynette still has something on her mind. Attempt to close the case. Lynette, what are we doing here? Come on, let's go. You know, I'm not. But that's not like I was rushing her. I was saying like, you know, I was more mean like tell me what's wrong. You know, something on your mind still.
It was that obvious, huh? Well, even though it didn't feel like Bernard was lying, after talking to him, I'm getting an even stronger sense that something's not quite
Okay.
right.
Well, whatever you want to do, we can do it.
We investigated so quickly that perhaps we've missed a thing or two along the way. Let me activate deduction mode and consider things again from the top to see if we can find anything
Sure.
new. Is there still anything unresolved or strange that we should try to consider?
So, about what we found in Poisson about Bernard's letters, there's an unexplained part of the operations of the trafficking ring.
Well, we've discovered that Bernard is responsible for the trafficking, while Pierre...
Okay, so just okay, so oh, sorry, I thought that was the wrong answer. That's why I was like, okay, we'll do the other one. So, communication, the handoff, the connections, the ledger. So, what's connections? Any past member of the Lefevere family would probably have a number of connections outside of Fontaine. Bernard can be compensated for his work after completing a shipment. No suspicious record will be left as long as he receives the funds as an individual rather than through the Humane Society. According to Chevrolet's investigation, Pierre has been formally reprimanded for his synth-related research and can no longer get any materials from the Fontaine Research Institute. So maybe that's the issue? How did he get his ingredients?
Yeah, according to Bernard, Pierre also supplied all of the goods. But if the Marechaussee Phantom's records are correct, Pierre should have lost all access to the materials required to create the imitation synth. And the Institute has also not reported any theft of their stocks.
About what we found. So we're figuring this out. So the first thing we know now is that how would he get his materials? So let's go. So it's all three of them are going to be right about what we found in Poisson.
The Marechaussee Phantom found Bonnie and the Lefevere pendant at Pierre's residence. That was the beginning point of our investigation.
Bonnie has been with Pierre ever since the first meeting between Pierre and the Marechaussee Phantom. That's why Elodie came looking for her, but that shouldn't be all. The pendant? The pattern of the pendant is proof the order is an illegitimate child of the Lefevere family, but this shouldn't be all. The pet handoff. According to the Bernard, the traffic animals are taken directly to Pierre's base rather than Poisson. Is this something that's the end of the Lefevere family? The Lefevere family is infamous in Fontaine, and even innocent scions become targets of revenge, but Pierre just carried a pendant with him as if it was an ordinary piece of jewelry. So do we associate with that? And then we get initial suspects. Pierre became a key suspect in the case because of suspicious cat and suspicious pendant. Here?
Why would he leave such an obvious trail for us to follow when he took so much care to not leave any traces of imitation synth in his
It's what
phone?
revealed his like connection, right, to to that family. And his what he is to that family, about Bernard's letters.
Bernard claims to have received a letter last night from Pierre. In the letter, Pierre stated that he had gone into hiding. Is there something wrong with the letter?
Okay, so escape location. The letter didn't mention Pierre's hiding spot, although it makes sense that Pierre would want to find him. Yeah, that makes sense. Regardless of whether he sent it anonymously or secretly delivered to himself, it's no longer something we can follow up on. The lost cat Bonnie. Bonnie had already been on the loose for a few days when we found her yesterday morning. That means she'd already broken free when the letter was written. So, the letter's purpose. If the point of the letter was to tell Bernard to get it on his guard, then why didn't also warn him about Bonnie?
If Bonnie had imitation synth in her body, then she was a liability that had to be recovered at all costs. But if she wasn't carrying anything, then it would have made sense to tell Bernard not to worry.
Right, okay. And she was a liability on recovered at all costs, but she wasn't carrying. Right, so he wasn't told about Bonnie, so like he would have still assumed that Bonnie was a liability? Is that what we're saying?
And thinking about it, Bernard only attracted our attention in the first place because he came to look for Bonnie. Could it be that the person who wrote the letter also knew nothing about Bonnie's whereabouts? Or they had a separate goal entirely?
Okay.
The final question is, why did I sense that something wasn't right after hearing Bernard's testimony? Even more so than before.
Bernard's statements. Both written letters and the handoffs using floating barrels are methods of communication that can be intercepted. The accomplice that was never met. Bernard has never met Pierre in person. Is this it? No, it's okay. Pierre conflicting behavior. Pierre has made such a complicated operations plans, yet also exposed himself so easily to the investigation guards. Does Pierre have multiple personalities? What? Wait. It almost feels like a plan and the expose were done by two separate individuals. Pierre was set up. So it wasn't Pierre? And that's why they left behind the badge? There's still a third person out there. Even Bernard himself never knew that it wasn't Pierre that had been pulling the strings all along. It was something else. That makes sense. Because if he didn't warn about Bonnie.
Deductive mode deactivated.
Oh my god, detective. Yes. Deactivated. I love when she says that. Wait.
We may be close to the actual answer.
That actually makes sense because he left a trail behind, right? The trail was so obvious. Everything was out in the open. And if he's so good at like hiding everything else, why would he be leaving this stuff out in the open? Lynette, I love you. Lynette, we love you so much. Oh my freaking god. Oh my freaking god. Elodie, we found out some stuff out.
Now behave and follow me to the interrogation room.
Sure. I know she's not talking to me.
Ow, that hurt. Ow.
Contemplation. They're about to leave. Is it really okay to let them go? No, like it's actually crazy that like it makes, because again, what was like the first thing we said? And again, that's how good the writing can be in Genshin. That's how good the writing can be in Genshin, right? Because legitimately, like what happened? We were sitting here, and we said, and I said to you guys, right? I was like, oh, this is way strange. Everything's so out in the open, right? And in any other game, that would just be like a plot contrivance where you're like, why is this so out in the open? It's like, okay, it's out in the open because they were trying to leave a trail. They were trying to let people find it. Okay, your current check bonus will be out. Okay. Let's go. Let's pick this one. Is it going to be 2 again? 18! 38! Jesus Christ! Because we got all the clues. Yeah, so cool. That's how D&D should be. You get an advantage. We can't let her get away. Hold her... What?
Is there something else you need from me, traveler?
Wait. Wait. What?
I see. It all makes sense now.
It was Elodie?
Hey, what are you talking about? Look, even our confessed criminal here has no idea what you're saying.
No freaking way. There's no freaking way. That's actually would make sense because she works with that. She works at the freaking dock checking substances and stuff like that.
Because he has been kept in the dark all along. And I assume it's the same with Pierre.
Oh my god, Bernard thought he was communicating with Pierre. And Pierre thought he was taking orders from Bernard. Oh my freaking god. And Pierre thought he was taking orders. Oh my freaking god. But all of a sudden he knew that it was a third person all along. Elodie, what the hell?
That never quite added up for me. Why did Pierre feel compelled to return to his home with Bonnie and the pendant and make them so easy to find for the Marechaussee Phantom?
Oh my god.
Both of these things are in stark contrast to his usual meticulous and vigilant behavior. There's only one reasonable explanation.
Holy hell.
He was following orders, just like Bernard.
I love how like everything it's shocking, but like I was like, oh, I've got everything, and then they like still shock me with some stuff.
He probably received the following instructions right before the Phantom came knocking on his door. Bring the cat and the pendant, and our undercover agent will be sure to help you.
Crazy.
Unbeknownst to him, however, the third person who wrote that letter to him had long decided to sacrifice him and Bernard to save themselves.
Honestly, the third person probably planned to sell them both out for the very beginning. They instructed the men to communicate through letters and barrels specifically so they'd never get to meet each other. Holy hell.
What? You can't be serious. There was a third person involved?
If you focus only on Bernard's testimony, it's easy to believe that only Bernard and Pierre were working together. The case appeared extremely simple. Bernard did the trafficking, Pierre the imitation synth production, drugging, and stuffing.
This is so freaking cool. Like, what a cool, like again, it's cool. Again, we're always reminded of like how horrible this is, but like the actual method of writing this story and like where it led to, like, I wasn't expecting it. Where everything accounted for the third person would be clear of suspicion.
Wait, but that doesn't make any sense. If that's the actual truth, then as soon as Pierre is caught, he'll explain his side of the story and the third person will...
Yep, which is why the third person made sure that Pierre...
Maybe it's not Elodie. Maybe I got that wrong. I just thought that when they said we can't let her get... Right, they said that we can't let her get away. I was like, it's Elodie, right? We can't let her get away. Yeah.
Once they had instructed Pierre to expose himself, the third person wrote to Pierre again, suggesting that everything had been taken care of, and he should take Bonnie and safely return to his base. Of course, Pierre's disappearance at such a sensitive time immediately made him a prime suspect. Knowing that Bonnie had last been seen with him, all the third person would have to do from that point on would be to lead the Phantom to investigate the Humane Society and get Bernard to confess the truth.
Bernard would then testify that Pierre was the one who came up with the whole plot, and Pierre would then be seen having gone into hiding. Oh my god.
Wait, so you're saying that the letter I received yesterday, the one that made me think Pierre was
So he's
still
gone?
alive,
He's dead?
it was also sent by the third person?
Is that
Oh my god, Elodie.
I'll get back to headquarters.
Oh my god, the nerves in her voice.
Investigate this case from the top.
Great voice performance there as well. You could tell how nervous he was. Not so fast.
Chevra said that assumptions can be detrimental to solving a case. Someone among us, however, has been feeding us all kinds of preconceived notions ever since our first meeting.
Yeah, she's been leading like everything. She led she's the reason we started this initial investigation. She's the reason that we started anything. She gave us a full speech and was so forward with the information, by the way, because she trusted us. Because she was like, oh, you're the traveler and you're great and all this stuff. And she knew that would work because that's what everyone says to us. Everyone's like, oh, we can trust the traveler, right? So she's like, I'll use that to my advantage. Holy hell, man.
They suggested that Pierre's disappearance was an attempt to escape the judgment of the law, and that Pierre was a scion of the Lefevere family. But if the disappearance is truly just a cover-up for a murder, then couldn't the true scion have been an illegitimate daughter, rather than an illegitimate son?
What? Wait, so she's the... Miss Elodie Lefevere.
Huh?
She's the Lefevere. Oh, you're dirt. You're laughing? This is the end for you.
Haven't you taken this just
No, you're
a
done.
bit too
You're
far?
done.
You're right. I did let a lot of assumptions get to my head when I first started to talk to you about the case. I'll make sure to correct my
Oh, we'll
behavior.
correct your behavior.
You deliberately fed us
Yes.
lies, but even you could not control every last detail of your plan. There was a flaw in your scheme, and something didn't quite go as
Lynette's
planned.
amazing, by the way. Look at her like doing this like freaking full uncovering of this as well. Incredible.
Getting the Marechaussee Phantom to notice Pierre was only the first part of your plan. Had they failed to take notice of the Humane Society, they could have cast a wider net. And you couldn't predict what they might possibly find if given enough time. This, of course, was the main weakness of your plan.
And once the Special Patrol and Lyney got involved, it became even harder to control the outcome of this investigation. Yeah, because once a true freaking investigator got involved, you were done. Someone who has already been involved in synth operations before. Someone who has worked so hard in Chevreuse to keep that synth off the streets. Oh my god, this feels so good to actually like catch this gal. Oh my freaking god, it feels so good. It became even hard, yeah.
As someone accustomed to acting from behind the scenes, you didn't want to take the risk of personally proposing a raid on the Humane Society. So, you thought about pulling a few more strings, so all the suspicion would point towards Bernard and his society.
Yeah, a great option, of course, would be also to dispose of Bonnie and leave her body at Pierre's base in anticipation of a later discovery. You would be done.
Once the Phantom expanded their search, it would only be a matter of time before they found Pierre's base. If a cat last seen with the suspect turned up dead at the imitation synth base, it wouldn't be long until the Phantom would figure out
look at her.
exactly how she had been mistreated and turn their eyes towards the one organization that has been sending boatloads of animals out of Fontaine.
However, something unexpected happened at the base. Bonnie managed to escape the chaos. I love Bonnie. I love Lynette. Like she could be a true detective. Look at this. She really could.
It was probably during your ambush of Pierre. You didn't even have the time to check if she had already been stuffed full of imitation synth.
Crazy.
Still, you soon found another opportunity. Before long, Bonnie had made her way back into the city, and even popped up on the steambird. Like Bernard,
Look at
you
this.
desperately wanted to confirm
Oh
the
my
contents of her
God.
stomach, so you hurried to find us. Unlike Bernard, however, you were hoping that Pierre did have the time to make her swallow a load of imitation synth.
You know what's crazy about this? This whole story started with us like being like, oh, you're the lead in the play? Lynette needs her own like comic book. She would be fantastic. She's proving here why she could be like her own protagonist. She's fantastic.
While investigating the suspect,
Look at this.
we unexpectedly discovered that the suspect has been smuggling imitation synth using living animals as intermediaries. That was your plan, in any case. With that, you'd have been able to lead the investigation towards the Humane Society.
But Bonnie was very lucky. But you were extremely unlucky. Honestly, like, first of all, look at Lynette. Fantastic. I kind of like want her to have all the thunder in this, but I do like that we're working together with this like joint cop thing, you know? Buddy cop situation that we're doing here, me and Lynette.
Bonnie had managed to escape before Pierre was able to stuff her full of imitation synth. That part of your plan could no longer be carried out. But as shrewd as you were, you came up with another plan right away. You manipulated the traveler.
Look how well
to
this
help
is
you identify
directed.
Bernard as a key suspect.
She walked into the frame of the story from the past. That's so cool. You knew Lyney was investigating with Chevreuse, and you also knew Lynette's previous encounter with the Lefevere family. So you manipulate. That's disgusting. You are a disgusting person, Elodie.
You use the Lefevere name
Yeah,
as bait
that's
to get us
disgusting.
to join your investigation. With 2 extra bodies around, the Special Patrol is sure to soon take note of the strange event of Bernard somehow having a reason to look for Pierre's cat.
I went from like being like I'm still like so happy for Lynette that she could, again, she's being full on could be main character in her own story, right? No matter what. Could be a protagonist of a whole game. right? But the other thing is, it's like, that is such a disgusting thing to manipulate. To use that as bait from someone who's a victim of something like that. Horrific.
So, what you're saying is, I went to all that trouble just for the chance that you might put forth the suggestion that would lead you down the wrong path.
Elodie, you're not talking your way out of this. You're not talking your way out of this. And this may sound corrupt, but literally, like, I have so many connections in this world that they're gonna believe me right away. Like, I know it's like they will. And like, again, there's too much evidence against you as well. They're not gonna think that the Traveler's gonna make up crap about you, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? They're not gonna think that. Or Lynette either, by the way.
More than that. Just now at Lumidu's Harbor, were you not the person who highlighted the suspicious activities of the society?
Yeah, by showing us the port's travel logs. Ugh, yeah, big ugh. Dirt.
You even highlighted the society's activities during your compilation of the logs, so they'd be immediately visible to anyone examining the records. Moreover, the logs contained no records of the Port Authority's activities. In other words, your activities.
And what are you trying to suggest with that?
I am insinuating that you had plenty of opportunities to transfer the raw materials for imitation synth from the harbor to a boat, and then sail over to the meeting place full of floating barrels.
Once Bernard had placed the animals in the barrels, you'd open the lids and dump the raw materials. As long as you did before Pierre came for his pickup, there'd be no one the wiser.
And that's how neither the trafficker nor the manufacturer knew there was a third person who supplied the raw materials and surreptitiously operated between them.
First you got in touch with look at this, how it's going back and forth. I love this. First you got in touch with both parties and secured the raw materials. Then you instructed Bernard to prepare the floating barrels and the animals. After that, you slipped the raw materials into the barrels next to the animals and requested that Pierre pick up the barrels and bring them back to his base.
Pierre manufactured imitation synth using the raw materials you provided, stuffed the animals, and placed the animals back into the barrels.
Jesus Christ.
Having received the green light from you as Pierre, Bernard then retrieved his animals and shipped them out of Fontaine once he had received enough for a full batch.
So disgusting.
This is the truth behind your smuggling ring.
I can't believe it. I never put two and two together.
Don't worry, you're bad too. You suck too.
You've sure got an extremely lively imagination.
So what do you think she's going to say next?
Ever thought of a career writing crime novels? But do you have any evidence? Oh my god, we're like predicting what Snarky thinks she's going to say. Do you have any evidence?
But do you have any evidence?
There you go. Oh, the two thumbs up!
It's quite easy to predict what you'll think or say. Then if we apply that to this case, we can also think of a few places to look for incriminating
Heck yeah.
evidence.
Let's go.
You know very well that this case will not end until Pierre is found. So you will have him commit suicide out of fear and shame to end the investigation for good. That way, you can also pin the blame for the overseas smuggling activities, the theft of the harbor's confiscated raw materials, and even the Lefevere name on him. After all, dead men tell
The
no
tilt of
tales.
the head as she's saying this as well.
But you still want it to appear as if he had sent that last letter to Bernard, so you have to make sure he cannot be found until after Bernard has confessed to the authorities. To do that, you either will hide his body until you've found an appropriate time to set up a fake suicide scene, or you'll dump it someplace where it'll be hard to determine the exact time of death. Submerged in water, for instance.
God. Is Lynette just like jumped up so high in my character rankings?
The location would ideally allow you to keep the body hidden for some time while also letting you keep an eye on it.
An example of such place might be somewhere on your boat or underneath the waters in Lewis. This sounds right?
There
Yeah.
are only so many options to hide a person's time of death, after all.
The tone
As
of
long
voice
the
as well.
Phantom investigates each of the possibilities in turn, they'll surely find Pierre's
Oh my god, his remains.
Especially since, as the prime
Yes.
suspect who will now be taken into custody, you will no longer have the time to move him or set up a fake suicide scene to cover up the murder.
All these poses, the hand on the hip, the tilt of the heads, the two thumbs up. Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
How absurd. And on what grounds will you order my arrest? Don't think for a second that your spouts of nonsense will amount to any kind of real argument. After all, I'm...
Elodie,
Oh my god, did they figure it out too? And again, all these poses, all this stuff, it's so freaking cool. Like, such a dark theme for a story, right? But I'm so glad in the end they found this out, and they were able to, and Lynette was able to do this, and now, of course now they probably figured it out too.
As the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, I hereby declare you as a suspect in the case. If you have any objections, you may raise them later during interrogation.
Severus, Lyney, you're here too. So freaking good.
That's right. We received a message from Lumidu's harbor that you were going to investigate the Humane Society. We didn't expect to run into you at such a critical
Oh, so they just heard about this as we were saying it?
While at the harbor, we noticed
no, they found
something
something.
else extremely interesting. Apparently, you often used all kinds of excuses to swap your
Yes,
shifts.
Severus.
And if one were to match the times of your shifts to the activities of the Humane Society and those of certain foreign ships, they'd find them to be an exact match.
That's just
How
a
many
coincidence.
coincidences are you gonna say there are? How many coincidences are there?
Yes, I'm sure you have already thought of a dozen different ways to explain away the suspicious activities. But as far as evidence goes, that should be enough to warrant taking you into custody.
Don't worry. If it turns out that the guards are still unable to find any evidence after all this, Lynette and I will do everything in our power to clear
That's such a
your
great
name.
line as well. It's like, hey, if you're not to worry about, don't worry, we'll do everything we can. Oh, I wouldn't be laughing now, Elodie. I would not be laughing now.
Although judging by her reaction, I assume no follow-up from us will be needed.
The Lefeveres were infamous for using disguise and infiltration to achieve their goals. Who would have thought that they would have planted someone within the
I didn't
guards?
suspect it. I really didn't, but it all, again, one of the things with Genshin, it all makes sense in the end.
Judging from the timeline, they likely arranged for you to enter the guards before the fall of the clan. But they probably didn't expect you to turn it to your advantage and use your job to save yourself during the purge.
Not only that, but you actively participated in the interrogation, arrest, and judgment of the Lefeveres during their fall, thus clearing yourself of suspicion.
There you go.
You brutally and cruelly abandoned your allies as soon as they outlived their usefulness, just like a lizard cutting off its own tail in order to live. You've been doing this for years.
That's the right tone as well. It's definitely the right tone to deal with this gal as well.
So you played me like
What
a
the-
fool after all? Ah!
What the hell? What? Was suddenly knocked out by a sudden strike? Was that Elodie? What?
What was that word?
Oh
you
no, you're
used?
done. You're done.
You think that someone as foolish as him is worthy to call himself my
I don't think you
ally?
understand what's about to happen here. You've been caught. You've been caught.
They were worthless scum. All of them. Not just Bernard and Pierre, but those Lefeveres too. They always just saw me as
Here's the
a
thing.
tool.
I have no doubt in my mind what you said. What part of what you said here was true, right? Totally. Yeah, they're that family, F them, right? F them so hard. But here's the thing. If you believe that you were being used as a tool and you weren't scum before this, you are scum now. That's how it works. You turned yourself into scum.
I lost all my chances of a normal life just because I was born into their lot. Not only that, but because they wanted me to become an undercover agent, they stripped me of my name.
Okay.
too.
It's so hard to have, like, again, as I always say, if someone came to me with the story at any other point, I'd be like, that's absolutely horrible. But this was a calculated effort, harming animals, harming like using synth in the synth business as well, which is also harming Fontaine and the world. It's hard for me to have sympathy.
I had to live in constant fear of them while they were alive. And even once they were gone, I had to continue to bury my heritage and my name. Always worrying that their enemies would come knocking at the door.
That's the same thing with, like, Vache, right? Who's an evil character, right? I 100%, I remember even saying during the Vache thing, I'll say the same thing now. That's horrible. That's a horrible feeling to have. It's horrible to miss your wife, and in this situation, it's horrible that you had to be so scared that you were afraid of someone even knocking at your door. 110% that is horrible, right? It does not excuse what went on here.
Do you know anything about what I've been through over all these years? My life as the last Lefevere?
Do you know what people went through? Do you know what you've put these animals through? Insight check. Elodie seems a bit unnatural. There's a hint of drama in the voice. Suddenly agitated Elodie feels like her anger may be part of some kind of bluff.
I don't, and neither do I.
I agree with Lynette. I agree with Lynette. In this situation, no one asked about your past. You can say this future trial. 110%. Is it horrible? Yes, but this situation, your past does not change it.
Are you
Oh my
real?
God.
Aren't
Don't
you
you
a Lefevere
dare.
victim too?
Don't you dare even bring that up. You used that as a pawn. You used what happened to her as a pawn for your game. Don't even dare.
Elodie, you're the only one still living
Oh.
under the shadow of a name.
That's enough. Keep your hands where I can see them and do not resist arrest. If you have more to say, save it for the interrogation room.
Lynette basically says that I don't live under the shadow of that anymore. That's not something that is held over me.
What a joke. What a joke.
What's she doing?
Hey!
What the hell?
Don't
What?
come any closer.
What's that?
It looks like a freaking bomb. Paper.
Know what this is? I've secretly planted
Are you
loads of
serious?
explosives in the Humane Society. Just one step closer, and whether they're cats, dogs, or just unlucky human employees.
What?
They'll all be blown up into
Are we saying it's paper mache because it's not real?
Surely you bunch of goody two-shoes won't let that happen, right?
Assist Lyney in deceiving or persuasion. Try to convince her to consider house sheriffs intimidate Elodie. Launch a sneak attack. Oh my God. Holy freaking hell. That sounds fun. That sounds super fun. And we get a +8. Nice. Nice. And we get a +8. Are you serious? That's so fun.
I can understand how you feel. Like you, we are also victims of the
Yes.
Lefevere clan. But if you were to endanger innocence now for your own gain, the public anger towards the Lefeveres would only rise to a boiling point, and the families of the new victims would be dead set on exacting revenge on you.
And what of it?
I'll be your hostage, Elodie.
Lyney.
What?
Don't do this, Lyney. Obviously,
Thanks
he's
for your
planning
concern,
something, but...
Traveler. But we need to end all of the hate and violence arising from this clan once and for all. I'll raise my hands and come over slowly. I promise that I'm completely unarmed.
I'm watching you. Don't think for a second you can pull
It's
a fast
Lyney.
one
He's
on
already
me.
pulled a fast one on you.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Just keep
Yeah,
your eyes
he's
on
already
me.
pulled a fast one.
Don't look away.
Jesus. I love Lyney. Yeah, I knew it from the say. It's like, don't pull a fast one. He already has. He already has.
Phew. So I was right after all. It's easier to deal with the person causing the problem than the problem itself.
And what about the device she had?
This is it. Looks
Yeah.
like it's just a toy.
So she really was just bluffing.
Guess that's probably why she suddenly flipped and knocked out Bernard. He probably knew that there were no explosives at the society.
She also pretended she had a villainous breakdown as if she had no choice but to kill to escape her life.
Well, given that she never even showed her face to Bernard and Pierre, I had my doubts that she'd have gone to the society in person to plant explosives.
Thank you for your help, everyone. I'll take them back for thorough questioning and find someone better to take over the Humane Society. I might need a few statements from everybody. Would you be able to come
No
with me?
problem.
If statements are all you need, can Lyney provide them on my behalf?
We could do it like and by the way, like in this situation, it is still Lynette, right? And I want to make that clear. Like, I think it's so good that they're doing this because it's like, yeah, just because she's showing that the shadow of that family doesn't hang over her anymore, just because she's showing that she can stand on her own 2 feet, it doesn't mean that she also doesn't need Lyney for help. It doesn't mean that she also doesn't rely on Lyney. And here's that situation as well, you know?
I still need to go back and explain some things to the crew. I also had
True.
an appointment with the Traveler before we got interrupted.
Like, you know, and I feel like that's like such a good way of writing. It's like, yeah, she can stand on her own 2 feet, but Lyney also was there to help. You mean when you said I could stop by your place? Oh, it seems I already forgot. Yeah, for tea, right?
Ah,
Of course,
so
I
you
remember,
do
yeah.
remember. Yes, I invited you to come over to our
2
place.
thumbs up. We love it.
Once I'm done talking with the troop, I'll make a nice cup of tea and bring Bonnie to wait for you outside.
Isn't
my
that not
door.
like is it just me or the 2 thumbs up is such an introverted thing? It's like, yeah, sure. Yep, cool. Oh my god. This is the longest hangout route ever.
Lynette must have spent a record-breaking amount of time in serious mode today. I can't remember the last time I've seen her like that. Could it be because of a special...
You just call me
someone?
special? There's still a few things about curious about. How did Pierre get recruited into the scheme?
Based on information that we found before, imitation synth was first circulated on a small scale in Fontaine before becoming a large-scale smuggling scheme. I'd assume that the first offerings of imitation synth came from what Pierre made in his early days. But since he was not experienced with running a clandestine operation, he was soon discovered by guard Elodie. Elodie saw the opportunity to make a great profit in his work, and perhaps even the chance of making a new life for herself, so she decided to cover his tracks. She started writing to him in Bernard's name, using what evidence she had compiled and the promise of enormous profits to blackmail him into cooperating with her. Unfortunately for her, she ran into Lynette. Even though my sister doesn't like to focus too much on a regular day, serious mode Lynette is one
Awesome.
of the most perceptive people I've ever known.
That's such great praise.
Still, all of that thinking really saps her energy. I need to go give some statements on her behalf, so I'll leave the recharging to you.
That's so sweet. Thank you so much, Lyney. Yeah, because again, she is an introvert, right? But she also I feel like it's a very interesting way in describing how, like, you know, when you're kind of a little bit introverted, but you also maybe like have like extroverted tendencies sometimes, but how that works. It's like, although it's like you're not a robot, it's like, okay, I'm going to a party, time to, like, you know, kind of be my social side. You know, it's not you being fake, it's like being your social side. I have to, like, you know, deal with these situations with my family or something. I have to activate like my serious mode. You know what I mean? I have to be this for that. It can be exhausting. Such a great way of putting it.
You can leave the rest of this to me. The other guards will be joining me shortly. Don't worry, they won't have another chance to escape.
How the hell do you get her hands on the raw materials?
The materials have
This
many
song
other
is so good.
regular uses outside of being used to make imitation synth, so they're not immediately subject to being confiscated or destroyed. The harbor would usually just seize them for some time while the customs paperwork is filled out and approved. If approved, they'd be let through, and if not, they'd be returned to sender. Elodie probably used her position to replace a portion of the shipment with something else before sending the whole shipment back to sender. Given that the foreign merchants who sent in the shipments were probably working with her in the first place, they likely just never reported the difference in what they sent and what they received. We will, of course, continue to investigate the rest of the details of this case. Now that we've caught Elodie, figuring out the whole scheme should just be a matter of time.
Great stuff. Really great stuff. It even says recharge with Lynette. Yeah, like it was a really crazy investigation, but like all of it does, like, you know, come together in the end. I specifically remember Lynette sitting here and like needing cakes to keep up a conversation with someone, which was very, and her protection of someone. Very fun hanging out with Lynette as well. We'll talk about it more when we end this chapter. This is definitely the longest hangout chapter in the history of Genshin, easily.
Black tea and a cute kitty. Truly the best combo for standby
Honestly,
mode.
yeah, very, very cool. I have breakfast tea and a black cat, so maybe that's my way of doing things.
Want some?
A cup of tea, please. A cute kitty, please. Let's say a cup of tea.
I hope you'll like it.
Are you not interested in any follow-up developments from it?
Not at all. Information is indeed very important, but if you were to try to collect every piece of information you come across, your efficiency would actually decrease.
So, okay. Honestly, I relate. Because it's like, how do we do world quests? We do a lot of world quests. If we did every world quest, I feel like our, like, enthusiasm for them would decrease. I feel like, I know it's such a different thing, right? Such a different situation, but I think like it makes perfect sense, like in terms of retaining information. 100%.
Plus, if you just think about it, what sounds more fun? Writing a statement or enjoying
A tea party with Lynette.
Great
Yeah, the
answer.
two thumbs up.
That'd be my pick too. Had we not run into that case, we could have spent the entire day like this. But now I'm running low on both time and
That's
energy.
okay. With quality time, you should be able to recharge more quickly.
You're right. I can sense it. I'm recharging very quickly at the moment.
That's awesome. I still have a question though. What did you start suspecting? I would like to leave the questions honestly, but like if we have to ask them, like we definitely will, because I'm just enjoying this tea party.
Something about her rubbed me the wrong way since the very beginning. But to be more precise, it was probably around the time when I saw Bonnie try to get away
Honestly,
from her.
that's like makes sense. Cats can usually tell when someone's like a good person. Back then, Elodie tried to get close to Bonnie. There's Bonnie.
Elodie tried to get close, but Bonnie
Yeah.
deliberately dodged her. Maybe Bonnie had tried to evade her before at Pierre's base. Or perhaps Bonnie just instinctively knew that she wasn't a good
I genuinely
person.
believe a lot of cats, like, because a lot of people call cats evil. And like, here's the thing, they are like vindictive, and they are very self-centered in some ways. Like when I say vindictive, I mean like they will, like, you know, when it comes to like self-comfort and preservation and stuff like this, they want themselves to be in the best possible place, right? But a lot of cats like are very loving and understanding, and like, not understanding, they're very loving, and they're very like, once they choose you as their human, you know, they are very, very like beautifully cute and adorable and loving. They really are. And it always like very like, it makes me feel bad when people are like, man, all cats are evil. And it's like, you've never had a cat choose you as your human. It's like the best thing in the freaking world. It's so nice.
Not everyone who likes cats is a good person. But
True.
if cats like you, you're
I feel like that's such a fair
probably
statement.
right. Humans tend to overthink things, but cats rely on their instincts, and they're pretty sharp. I mean, just look at
I would
them.
visit another house one time, and there'd be lots of cats there. Not lots of cats, like 3 cats. And I remember, like, you know, for the first, like, I'd be over there like every once in a while, and for a while, like, the cats would hide from me because they didn't know me. But like after like the second visit, they kind of realized, okay, this dude's not doing anything wrong whatsoever, and they would start like rubbing into you and like going near for you for rubs and stuff like that, because they're like, they do like, their instinct is to run, and then they go, wait, no, they're not doing anything. There's nothing wrong with this person. That's okay, cool.
She took a liking to you the moment you met.
Oh, Lynette, that's so sweet. That is so sweet. That's such a sweet thing to say. Thank you so much, Lynette. That's so sweet. Oh my god, look at that. That's such a sweet thing to say. Review invitation. There's 5 endings. Where did we... Oh, there's an ending hint right here. There's an ending right there. Is there another ending here as well? There is. So that's one of the endings. So that would come a lot quicker, I bet. Then there's another whole investigation up here, but there's also something here too. So I imagine there's 2 endings with this too at the decision. This ending hint. After Ceci persuading Lynette, the situation seems to have changed. Oh my gosh, there's like just an ending right there as well. Very cool stuff. We got 1 ending. But yeah, like, this is amazing. Look at this. Holy freaking hell. And like Andy just comes up here as well, by the way, which is so awesome. So adorable. So we got a little reward as well, which is nice. 20 Prima Gems is actually pretty freaking good for a hangout. So yes, that part of it was the longest chapter we've ever done, and we're gonna do the rest of these videos as well. Like as well, you'll see all these. This is the last hangout we're doing for a very long time, possibly. But what this was like a really interesting investigation that like had a very harrowing and sad background to it as well. I'm so glad Lynette was able to do this, because I was so worried about her reliving this. But what actually happened at the end was she showed that like she doesn't have this hangover. Even though it was a horrible thing for her past that she's still upset about, and Lyney still thinks about all the time as well, and she still thinks about, this isn't going to stop her in her life. And that's very hard to do. You're not, by the way, I just want to say as well, if you're like a victim of something like this, it's not a horrible thing to like not, if you wouldn't be able to do what Lynette did today as well, that doesn't make you any less strong. It just means Lynette, like, it's like, you'd be happy for you were able to do that, but it takes so many steps to even like get to a place like this, and obviously having like such a big support group around you as well is such a big thing as also. This investigation like was very cool though in terms of like the twists and turns as well. It really felt like something new was happening every second, and there actually were some shocking revelations to go along with it also. I did appreciate it quite a bit. I found this to be very, 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 very cool. So there's an ending right here. So should we try and get this ending now, I suppose? Yeah, I thought it was a very, very cool investigation. And I really like coming back to this. This is like, I don't know, I feel like a lot of like Lynette's story could have been in like its own story quest, right? It could have been. But of course, like this, we're in the same place. But this is where we are with this. Not everyone gets a story quest, not everyone gets to hang out. It just depends on like the character sometimes as well. So let's see what these, so this was the start of it all together. So, oh no, it wasn't the start, it's this part here. Okay, so we have to choose a different option this time. I'm not sure what to choose. So I want to get this one here, fateometer.
Right. Then let's see where fate.
Because I want to get this shorter one now. 6.
So we're looking for Bonnie's owner?
I have to ask about this deck of cards.
There's 20 cards in total, numbered 1 to 20. So there's only a 1 in 5 chance of drawing less than a 5.
Okay.
I should also mention, this time the cutoff was 5, but I just set that to wherever I feel like.
Wow, you really don't want to go back to the reception
To put it
party.
in perspective, I said I'd only do the show if I drew a 1. Fate can be pretty sneaky sometimes.
Yeah. So how do you plan to find Bonnie's owner? So is this the same thing we already did? So we already did this. So it ended up being the same thing, I think. Let's check this out again if we can change that again. But yeah, just to we'll go into the quest again, and we'll review the hangout again. So can we see, how do we review the hangout? Oh, we go into the actual hangout section, don't we? So we're back here. So how do we get this? After saying to Lynette, the situation seems to have changed. How do we get that one? Because it's such a short one. I really want to try and get it. So let's just try every option. That's the thing. Let's try every option.
I didn't like that.
So let's try. How about you do neither? Oh, maybe it's this one.
Back to the drinks reception.
I mean, clearly you don't want to go. You could just.
Nope. I said it was your decision.
Oh my god, this is
I don't wanna
horrible.
waste any more energy
This is
dragging
a horrible
these-
option.
Besides, the drinks reception is technically part of the job as an official publicity event. So if I bail on it,
Right. You'll feel guilty
I might
inside.
get sued for breach of contract.
Jesus.
And that would be a huge pain in the butt. One other thing. Do you want to come with me? If you're free, I mean.
Oh my god, sure. Yes. Hopefully that'll make it more bearable.
Thanks.
Oh my god, Lynette, no problem. I love that Lyney says we're like it's also a special summon to her as well. Let's check out like if that was the shorter one, because I definitely want to see. I know like it's me just trying to get the shorter one, because I think that's probably the like I want to get that one out of the way. But we'll check it. So we're out of banquets. That's not. So it's do neither is the one we're looking for. Let's just see this out. Let's just see this through. Let's see this through, right? And try to get that one, and then we can do the banquet then as well. How about you do neither?
Huh?
If it's urgent, would someone come looking for you now? That applies to both the troop and Bonnie's owner.
What you're saying is, since nobody's come looking, I can just keep hanging out with Bonnie for a bit longer?
That sounds great, right?
Is that really okay?
Why not? Let's do it. Persuasion. Oh my god, let's go. Oh, it's a 10. Come on. Come on. What? Stop!
Maybe not.
And it's gonna go into the...
Besides, if someone does come looking
Stop.
for me or Bonnie and finds me just chilling out with a cat, I feel like I'd have a lot of explaining to do.
Especially since they can sue you. Let's leave this one to fate.
All right. Then let's see where fate will lead me.
5. 15. Now I get a 15.
So we're looking for Bonnie's owner?
Holy hell.
There's
This
20
is
cards.
crazy, man. You actually has to get that ending. You have to leave it up to fate. Are we serious? Like, it legitimately has to be left up to fate to get that ending. That to me is crazy cool and also demented at the same time. Absolutely insane.
I didn't like that.
Let's try again. So it's how about you do neither? So we say if it's urgent, someone come looking by now?
What you're saying is, since
Yeah.
is that really?
So this we okay, persuade. Come on. Okay, we got it. Okay, that's so cool that you could actually fail that check.
You make a good point.
So we can just stick around here for a while.
Okay, well, assuming Bonnie hasn't strayed too far from where she went missing, there's a chance we might bump into her owner in either the Steambird offices or the restaurant.
Okay.
So, stick around here in standby mode? Yeah, that suits me.
If you're going to standby, should we find some cat food?
Oh, good idea. Bonnie's definitely hungry.
If we're getting cat food, should we get stacks for us too? This is probably going to be the best possible ending.
May as well. We could be here a while.
Since you got cat food and stack, let's find a place to chill. This is so nice.
When I was trying to find
Yes.
somewhere I could space out earlier, collect my thoughts, I figured the cafe might be a good shot.
Sure. Let's go.
All right then. Plan of action. Spend the whole day.
Let's do thumbs up
spacing out.
again.
In standby mode.
Perfect. And there it is. Oh my god. Doing nothing is the happiest thing. No, can I say this right now? That is a perfect ending. I love this so much. Because again, this is like an introvert's dream as well. If you convince an introvert to just do nothing, they will do nothing, right? If ever I'm being asked to go to a party, right? Again, I said it before. For me, when I go into a party, it's like, when I'm there, I'm the most social person you could ever see in your life. People say I'm a very social person when I'm at a party, but convincing me to go anywhere past 5 o'clock, my friends say is very difficult. They say it's like, oh, well, he's so much fun. And I'm like, I don't know. It's getting late. I feel like Professor Farnsworth in Futurama. I am already in my pajamas. Well, yeah, like it feels like that. But like in this situation, like we just convinced Lynette to do something she was already convinced she wanted to do, you know, and that's awesome. So what we learned from this first part of the story about Lynette is we already knew that she was like someone who isn't someone who's like likes talking all the time, isn't someone who's like incredibly social. She's a great performer and all this stuff. But she has different modes to herself that a lot of people would be able to relate to. The idea of like, I need to like get into like, you know, kind of this mindset. If I'm there, I can do this. But it takes a lot out of me. And that's what it was. It took a lot out of her. But in this situation, she was dealing with something that is not only something that like she has to like, you know, her serious mode, as Lyney called it, that she is really good at like in solving these investigations. She's also had to deal with something that was very, very crazy from her past as well. So it was like double draining. So the idea that she felt that we were someone that could help her recharge meant the absolute world to me as well. So freaking awesome. So it's attempting to close this case. Yeah, we can see what we can do with this. I'm not quite sure. Now, when you look at the hints for this, right? In terms of the endings, it says, before the case can be broken, the situation seems to have changed. Now, I'm not sure what we would do. Do we talk to her first? We talk to Elodie, the evil Elodie first?
And follow me to the interrogation room.
Ow, that hurt. Ow!
So maybe we have to fail this, maybe? Right? Yeah. That's possibly the other ending. This is crazy the way they're doing this. It's actually very cool, like, that they brought back this kind of mechanic. We can leave Bernard's interrogation to the guards. Let's first rescue the animals at the Humane Society.
Is
Okay.
everything really over?
Lynette.
I still feel like the relationship between Pierre and Bernard is not as simple as
Lynette,
it
we gotta,
appears.
to save our minds, we gotta just pretend this isn't canon,
Also,
okay?
I've had this strange sense that something's off the entire time we've been on the case. And it has only gotten worse.
Lynette, there's so much, and you're so right. You're so right. Yeah, look, oh my god, a heart going down as well. Oh my god.
No good.
Oh!
I've still got nothing, and I'm nearly out of energy.
Don't force yourself. Just leave it to Lyney and the other. Don't force yourself.
All right. I'll stop thinking about it for now.
Oh my god.
At the very least, we've made it so that no more animals will suffer like those poor animals did. And that's what I hope.
Horrid. Absolutely horrid feeling that I got there.
Let's go to the Humane Society.
Crazy.
And see if there are any animals left that might still need our help. Before my energy for today completely runs out.
Oh, Lynette. This is why we have to just... This isn't canon, right? Wait, what? It just ends there? Oh my... This is one of the craziest hangouts ever because, like, some of the endings, like, genuinely mean that, like, that Elodie is still at large, right? That's what it means to me. It means Elodie is still at large when we see these, endings. And they're telling you this, like, right? Because if you don't get... This is the best ending to get, right? If you don't get the Tea Party ending, which was awesome. Elodie's still at large. The truth is still, like covered up. Can we start here? We can... Oh, we can start there. Fantastic. So that's the other two routes, I'm guessing, are from there. And not only that, but, like, they intentionally show you, like, this is effed up what's happening, right? It's totally effed up. Like... The hangout choices are so good at, like, doing, like, so many different avenues, and you have to pretend some of them aren't canon, or else you'll be just, like, crying, you know? Like, it's not canon that I upset Lynette there. It's not canon that Lynette felt like she couldn't do enough. It's not canon that she felt like she couldn't stand on her own. Like, that's horrible if it is the canon, you know? But I guess we get to go to a party with Lynette now. And of course, you can decide what your canon is. It's whatever your story is, I suppose, with the hangouts. But obviously I always choose the first route I go on. Usually I try to choose as the canon. If not, I just, like, pick whatever's more, like, best for me in the moment. If it's something I like in the moment. Cause you know what? Who's gonna stop me? Who's gonna stop me choosing the best one that I like the most? Nobody is the answer. That's the answer.
There you are, Lynette. Where did you disappear to?
Twins?
Leone and I have been looking everywhere for you. Wait, where did you get the cat?
The cat's with us. This is Bonnie.
I found her outside. Do either of you happen to recognize her?
I don't think so. Could belong to one of the guests, I suppose.
And we know exactly where the cat came from. That's what's so crazy about this route.
Fair enough. It was a long shot.
So sorry we couldn't help
Great
you,
anime
Lynette.
opening, long shot.
Don't worry. We'll ask around for you. Leone's probably just being forgetful.
Maybe, I don't know, I think it's if you don't know, it's okay. Like, we know exactly, well, I know exactly where it came from.
We'll take her to the reception desk and see if they know anything. And if not, we'll just keep looking.
Sure. I would help, but I'm a little preoccupied. Sorry to dump this on you.
She's awesome, right? Always thinking about, like, the outcomes of her actions and stuff like this. Very cool.
It's no trouble at all. We're happy to help however we can.
Also, if it's no trouble, I mean, could we maybe get an autograph? And maybe a photo too?
Well, Lynette, oh my god, yeah. Well, that's not my choice, but I'm saying that's so sweet, right?
Leone, you can't spring that on her now. Not while she's working. At least wait until the event's finished.
Yeah, if she's uncomfortable with it, no, but I just thought it was a very sweet thing to
One
ask.
last thing, Lynette. Director Mary is looking for you. We'll take the cat to the front desk now. See you later.
They seem to have a lot of respect for Lynette, for sure. You're so popular. Oh, that sound.
I'm tired at these kinds of events, so I don't even have an event mode.
All right.
All right, guess I'd better go see the director.
So we talked about it before, how, like, Lynette has that kind of, like, thing where, like, she has, like, it's not like she's a literal robot. It's like a very figurative way of, like, talking about how she, like, socializes and how she uses her social battery. She has different, like, modes. And while that sounds like, you know, she's, like, faking it or stuff like this, I think it's more of a case of, like, you know, how, like, a lot of introverts kind of, like, deal with stuff where it's like, okay, I'm going to this party, you know, go get into, like, your social, you know, mode, right? Which it is still you, but you're in that social place now, right? It's like, okay, I'm in work mode right now, you know what I mean? And then when they get home and they're relaxing, it's like, okay, that's all switched off. I'm in home mode, you know what I mean? And while it like sounds like, you know, it can sound like a very robotic thing, I think it actually does a good job of describing how like people, and especially introverts, definitely you know, divide up their energy in a lot of ways.
Spectacular choreography, a masterpiece of mise-en-scène, and the performance, oh my, groundbreaking, dripping with je ne sais quoi.
Je ne sais quoi?
My congratulations on another magnificent show, sir.
Yes, I, for one, was particularly captivated by the clearly allegorical narrative undertones. The Lost Puppet shines a spotlight on the impact of technological advances in our modern society, particularly as they relate to changing modes of emotional expression and the challenge of mutual intelligibility.
You said it. I was about to say this, and he said it, and I was like, true?
Such a pioneering work, so far ahead of its time. A tour de force of avant-garde theater.
Facts.
I can already see the headlines of tomorrow's newspapers. They will certainly be singing your praise, Director Merriu.
But it was a group effort, of course. To convey emotions in a silent show with no facial expressions, the entire cast had to go above and beyond. Everyone truly outdid themselves.
Obviously, it's a crazy way to describe it because I don't know what it is and I can't, like, it just, you know, if someone does a review that's very, like this way here, like, this could be a great review, but if you don't know what they're talking about or haven't seen it, like, we know what they're talking about because Lynette talked about how she's the star of this, right? But if you don't know what, like, if you haven't seen it, it just sounds like, you know, dribble, right? Because you're like, okay, like, I haven't seen it, so it's really difficult to like, obviously the words aren't dribble, and like the meaning behind the words aren't dribble, but it's more dribble in a sense of like, well, I don't know if this actually attaches to that, right? But like, I do think that, you know, it sounds like a cool concept altogether, right?
Speaking of the cast, Jillian, another strong performance from you in Director Merriu's latest show, as of course we've all come to expect from your numerous successful collaborations to date.
That's quite an overstatement.
Good job, Jillian.
I've only ever played supporting roles.
On that point, you stated a few months ago in an interview that you were looking to secure a leading role in your next show. What led you to the decision to stay in a supporting role this time around?
Seems like Jillian's a bit awkward too.
We had a discussion about this, and while Lynette hadn't previously performed in an acting role, we were blown away by her talent, and she was a perfect fit for this character.
Yeah, and she's just so, you know, she's born for the stage.
Quite simply, this was the role
Oh,
she was
okay.
born to play.
Exactly. I was honored to share the stage with her. Lynette worked extremely hard in all of the rehearsals, and she's an incredibly talented actress.
There she is.
Oh, Lynette's back!
Like, Lynette with her default outfit looks like a star. Just walking through, like, Fontaine, you'd notice her right away and be like, that's a star. That is a star.
Hey, Lynette, where have you been?
They're very, like, into, like, talking to Lynette, right? And of course she is, like, we know like, she is talented. We know that from this, she obviously, like, got the eye of a lot of people in this production as well. But we know that she probably isn't, like, someone who, well, we know she isn't someone who likes all the attention all the time.
In standby mode? Some reports say you switched that state to recharge after a show.
Ah, method acting, of course. Such a compelling
Jesus.
portrayal of a mechanical puppet could only be achieved by an actor who lives and breathes their role even while off stage.
We were hanging out with a cat.
Those seemingly stilted movements were in fact an inspired portrayal of the character. The ostensibly bad acting, in reality, was the product of supreme acting skill.
Oh dear Lord. Am I gonna have to kill a few people in Minecraft? Please, dear Lord. Keep your reviews to yourself.
Oh, I went outside and there was this cat there, so I played with the cat for a bit.
Yeah, we played with the cat.
A cat? We've long heard that you are a kind soul as well as an incredible actress. No wonder your debut performance has garnered such popularity.
This show looks on track to break box office records for avant-garde theater. Lynette, any words for the fans?
Not really, no.
I believe Lynette is trying to say that the act of performance itself is the actor's true means of connecting with their fans.
I don't think...
Oh, I see. Lynette,
any
comments?
I'm feeling awkward in this situation. I can't imagine how Lynette's feeling.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly.
Good job, Lynette. Good job. Tell them what they want, honestly. Look at this star. No, like, honestly, like, it's just like, there's so many, like, different things flying at you. You open a door and you walk into an area and there's already people, like, giving you so much attention. It can't, I'd be, like, a little bit overwhelmed.
Don't you want the fans to know how you're feeling right now after the hugely successful opening of your first ever show?
That's true.
I'm sure the fans would love to learn a bit more about you, too.
How interesting.
Inside, observe Lynette to see how she's doing. Again, like, let's check how she... Please, I swear to God, let me win this. Let me win this game. Game! Are you serious? Lynette's answer all sounds very conscious. No!
Lynette,
are you joking me?
Acting compares with performing in a magic show.
This is not good.
What does the future hold for you, Lynette?
So many questions. Can you never answer one question? Lynette struggles to keep what she needed to do questions. Oh my God. Oh, Lynette. Are you? Of course she's overwhelmed.
It's just... Turns out I can't cope with this stuff even in tea party mode.
You're in tea party mode? That obsessed me so much that we failed that choice. Please don't make that a choice in future. I just want to know what Lynette's doing okay or not okay. Tea party mode? 2 thumbs up.
It's a power-saving mode for participating in conversation at tea parties. Normally, I can get through an entire conversation just with,
Yes.
Oh, that's true. And how interesting.
This just makes me love her so much more. Honestly, like, you know, especially like if she does get overwhelmed, like having like this on your repertoire. And here's the thing, right? Like, we know that we've had some like nice conversation with Lynette. We saw that at the tea party ourselves. But, right, in this situation, she's talking about like, you know, getting through like conversations at parties, right? And we saw how many questions were being, you know, thrown at her, how many assumptions. Like, and while they didn't mean any ill will, I want to say that too, they didn't mean any ill will by it, right? You can tell they didn't mean ill will by it. It's so overwhelming. Can you imagine, like, if you're, like, in the center of someone asks you one question, and before you even get to think about that question, someone else asks you a question, then someone else asks you a question.
But at a tea party, I'm not normally
subjected
to a constant stream of questions. The energy consumption of that interview just now was 3 times as much as the average tea party.
It's a big adjustment. Give it some time. It's such, yes, it's like, people don't understand that sometimes, like, you know, being social does take a lot of practice.
I think I'd rather pray that I never have to do it again.
That's okay.
Lynette, Director Mariu would like you to join the group photo to commemorate the successful opening of the show.
Imagine poor Cyril got the brunt of me defending Lynette, like, all these questions, and he comes over and says, "Not now, Cyril! Not now! Cyril! What the hell?"
A group photo?
It's just the members of the troupe, along with Maloney and Corentin. Everyone's waiting for you.
Alright then. See you in a minute.
That's a key word, by the way. Everyone's waiting for you. For someone who, like, does care about other people and doesn't want to upset other people and doesn't want to waste anyone's time, someone who doesn't want to be in a group photo, that's like, and again, not intentional from Cyril, that instantly makes you feel a bit bad, right? You're like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll go. You know, if everyone's waiting for me, I'll go, you know? Instantly, it's like, okay, I have to do this.
3, 2, 1, smile.
My thanks to each and every one of you here for your help in making The Lost Puppet a success. The group photo is already being printed as I speak.
Cool.
You can collect your copy from the first floor after the drinks reception concludes. May it serve as a reminder of this fabulous performance every time you see it.
Marry you! Get over here. Let's have another drink. There's a few things I need you to glance over for me.
This means the reception still isn't over?
I thought the group photo was the final hurdle.
Oh no.
Well, at least there's no more people hounding me with questions. I just need to find somewhere to switch to standby mode, and the time will fly by. I hope.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we can find some place, right? Go to the second floor to pass the time. Like, I think this is such a fantastic portrayal of someone who like doesn't do well in social situations, who like can do well in social situations, but like feels overwhelmed by them. I think this is such a fantastic portrayal. How often does that happen too? And again, like I consider myself to be an introvert. I know like I'm very talkative, but that's the thing, when I'm in a situation. Are you kidding me? This is the perfect person to talk to at this moment, Lynette. This is the perfect person that you can talk to at this moment. To finish my thought, I was gonna say, as I consider myself an introvert, and like in these situations, there's always a thing at the end of the party where someone goes, "Oh, we just have a bit more." You're like, "Okay, I guess we're going a bit longer." But oh my God, we're talking to Farina.
Hotel de Boer's Ile Flottante is as wonderfully sweet as ever.
Oh my God, Farina in a freaking hangout is so awesome. Farina, you managed to get an invite to the drinks reception too?
Traveler? Lynette? Oh, wait, hold on. What do you mean, managed to get an invite?
Honestly.
I'm an expert in the dramatic arts.
Yeah.
Of course I was invited.
Take off the glove and slap me, honestly. Not a good way to say it.
Naturally, people wanted to hear my comments on the emerging art form that is the masked mime show.
So then what did you think? I'm actually very curious.
Remarkable. And a very worthwhile artistic endeavor.
Okay.
Exploring a character with no lines or facial expressions who can only communicate how they feel through their movement.
Yeah, I actually thought it was a cool idea as well.
Your performance was beyond anything I could have imagined, Lynette. Clearly, this was a very suitable role for you indeed.
You seem to hear a sound? A small noise come from the back corner?
Is something wrong?
What was that?
No, it's nothing. Please go on.
Okay.
Oh, basically, I think I'd give it a positive review overall. Just not as gushing as the crowd downstairs.
Okay. I mean, like, it's nice to have some honesty, right?
So, you thought they were pretty over the top too? In fairness, it's normal to bring along some vocal supporters for publicity when a new show opens. But still, this was something else.
So she's saying, like, you know, they brought along a lot of positivity with them to kind of, like, hype up everyone else. And, like, positivity can be infectious just as negativity can be as well. You know, it is a situation, like, if a lot of people in, like, it's... If you go to, like, I always bring things back to wrestling. If you go to a wrestling show and you're in the crowd and, like, a really bad idea happens when it comes to, like, say, like, a booking decision or a writing decision, but, like, everyone in the crowd roars and cheers, right? I feel like you're going to leave that show being like, that was freaking awesome. Whereas people who were, like, at home watching on TV by themselves might be like, no, that was a bad decision. That was a bad writing decision, right? If you watch a TV show in a group of people who are, like, all roaring and cheering for what's happening on the TV, chances are, like, you will probably get, like, hype as well because it's infectious, right? If you're in a room with a bunch of people that are all, like, going, like, oh, this sucks, this is really bad, chances are as well, like, you know, while you might not change your opinion, I'm not saying that, like, you color, like, it, I'm not saying that it, you're not an individual. I'm saying what more happens that, like, the environment you're in and the energy of a place can color your enjoyment or your experience with something as well, right? But then obviously I think it's also a case of, like, maybe that's not your opinion on the show when you're in a group of people like that. Maybe it's just like your opinion of, like, the actual watching of the show at the time or the play, where it's like, I had such a good time watching the play because I was with my friends. We've all seen a bad movie in the theater before, or something like that, but because we were with our friends, like, it didn't seem that bad. You know what I mean? You know, it's like, and then afterwards you watch again, you're like, that wasn't the best thing in the world, I suppose. Yeah.
Then again, I'm no specialist in avant-garde theater. Maybe I'm just not well acquainted with their review criteria.
That's okay. I mean, like, again, it was an honest review of what you gave.
Or maybe it's because I came to the show with some preconceived expectations.
Okay.
I did happen to see the original draft of Mariu's script a while back.
I'm like so like actually like it's crazy. Like when I go into anything, it's the reason why like I try not to watch trailers a lot as well for stuff. Like I usually watch like one trailer and then like I don't watch anything else after that. It's because like I would like to go into like every single game I play, for example, with like baseline expectations. Of like, you know, the basic expectations was usually like a subscriber might be like, you'll like this, or this is something you might enjoy. But I tried to go into every place, like, you know, just as you know, bright-eyed as possible, just allowing everything to like come towards you and in a kind of like fair manner, I suppose, as well. I'm not saying that this isn't fair. I'm saying that, like, you know, if you probably read the script beforehand, you already have an idea of what the characters would be like, and if that goes against what your perception is of that. It's like reading the manga then watching the anime. You might have a different expectation of what the anime is if you read the manga first and then, you know, watch the anime.
What original draft?
An original draft?
Oh, he didn't show it to you?
Oh,
it must have been a few months ago. He came to me to get some advice from an experienced performer's perspective, and then asked if I could write a few reviews of his new play.
Oh, I didn't think they were emphasizing the original draft part. I thought they were just like talking about it was just like the script. No, it's an original. Okay, there's a draft before the original script. Yeah.
I had a lot on my plate at the time, so I had to turn him down. I only skimmed a few sections, but they seemed quite different from the final version. I can't say I remember the plot, but...
So there was a different plot altogether. And can I say as well, before I go any further, I'm not being like, oh, this is like me for real. I'm just trying to like relate it to like what I see as like perception and stuff that like we all understand, which is like the channel as well and like the way we do things on the channel. It's not comparable to like reading a script of a play beforehand. Watching a trailer is not comparable to that. I'm just trying to like, piece all what I'm trying to talk about together in my head for myself as well, if that makes sense. Because I realize like it can sound like I'm like, oh, when I go to a party, but I think that that's what the Let's Play is about. You're supposed to like, you know, relate to it in some way, or even if you can't relate to it, understand it.
I don't know. The protagonist just seemed more complex, I guess, especially in the last two scenes. Still a mechanical puppet on the outside, of course, but she seemed to have more emotional depth on the inside.
Okay.
Emotional depth? Oh, I'm just thinking aloud here. Don't take it to heart. Besides, a script and a play are two very different beasts. There are so many fine details to consider when turning a story into a stage production. More than most people could imagine.
It is a lot. It is definitely a lot.
Especially with a novel art form like a mastermind show.
I couldn't even imagine.
You had his reasons for the changes he made.
Now Lynette's thinking about this too. Frida could tell.
Topic. I see you've escaped the crowds to seek refuge on the second floor. Fame can be overwhelming at first.
That's what I'm talking about.
Perhaps you'd benefit from hearing about the experiences of a veteran celebrity such as myself.
This is what I was saying. We could not have bumped into a better person for this conversation.
No thanks. I'm good.
Okay, fair enough.
Sure this will be my first and last time in this situation.
Okay, but I just thought like in this situation, like you could not bump into a better person who has more of an understanding of like what it means to have the spotlight on you constantly, you know?
Hey, at least let me finish. I have top tips on dealing with belligerent reporters.
I love this.
Slipping away to hunt down snacks during the intermission.
Good.
Tell me everything.
This is such a good interaction. It's so good writing.
First, take a seat, mon ami. We must partake of Hotel de Boer's fine desserts as we talk, lest they go to waste.
The three of you enjoy some jelly treat at the session comes to close for you. Okay.
That was very educational.
Very cool that she's given her this advice. Education is the word I used. They didn't mention acting once during the whole conversation, but I think that's what Frida's saying. Like, there's like there's so many things that come like that go into making a play, right? That you can't even understand. I've been in plays before, but like I was never involved in like the writing stuff of it and the pre-production side of it beforehand. So like there's so much stuff that goes into that even beyond that, right? But like as well, the other side of acting is very important too, and the advice you get is very important too. You know, if you're chatting with someone about like how like you do press, or how you do, you know, conversations with other celebrities and all this stuff. That can be so important. How to navigate your fame is just as important as how to, like, you know, be a better actor, I feel like.
I expect most of the people downstairs have left by now. Time to grab my copy of the group photo and get home.
That was awesome. Like, legitimately, like that, like, how could you bump into a better person than Farina? Like, someone who understands this so much. And I love that Farina, by the way, this is how awesome Farina is, right? She saw that she didn't care as much about the acting part of it, right? And she said, okay, well, I also know the other side of it, which is the annoying part. Oh, they're all over there, by the way. A few of them are over there. I know the other part of it that's like super, super annoying, which is the fame part. We have to avoid directors and actors and photographers and reporters and all this stuff. For sure.
The photo must be in this envelope right here. It's finally over.
No issue.
Thank you for sticking around for so long.
It's no issue in any way, shape, or form.
If it wasn't for you, I don't know how I would have standby moded my way through the last few hours.
Any normal person will find an event like it's stressful but enough to warrant Lynette leaving halfway through. When you left the event midway, what was the real reason? I mean, I don't know. I kind of just believe the stressful part, but I mean, you really don't want to talk about it.
It's fine. It's just, it was such a minor thing.
Yeah, but it could be a big thing to you.
While I was on stage, there was a moment when I felt like someone was looking at me. It was only for an instant, and I didn't even see who it was. But somehow,
Okay.
I knew it was a look of contempt.
Could it be the girl who was supposed to be the star, but took the second role?
I got a vague sense of it again during the reception. Like someone was giving me an evil stare. But I couldn't figure out who it was.
You recall something regarding Lynette. Few people would manage to hide the feelings from Lynette at close range. Whoever was, they must be a good actor.
Normally, I'm used to lurking in the shadows on the stage and spying on other people. So, it was strange. Feeling like I was the one being spied on this time.
Yeah, I think both of these are very true. Maybe it's jealousy. I think it's that girl. I think she was originally supposed to be the star.
Or someone just took a disliking to me for no real reason.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can like one person and dislike another for equally pointless reasons.
Very smart.
Anyway, it was just a momentary stink eye. That's all. Nothing for you to worry about.
Well, if you're not worried, I'm not worried, but I'll still be worried a little bit.
Okay, problem solved. I'm gonna take this envelope and go home now.
You heartless puppet, you've ruined this work. Hand over the lead actress immediately. What the hell? Is this a threat letter?
You have destroyed this work of art. Step down from the leading role at once.
Jesus Christ.
Based on the tone, I'd say threat letter is right.
Who? And they're playing this song as well, which is such a good track. This far more serious than any momentary stink eye. We need to get to the bottom of this, for sure. Examine the letter to see if there's anything amiss. Think back to what happened on the first floor. Yeah. There's a lot of people downstairs this time. Any one of them could slip the letter into the envelope. All the envelope were left on the table on the first floor, but nobody was tasked with watching them. I could ask reception, but it's not likely they saw anything. Examine the letter to see if anything is amiss. The unsealed envelope contained the group photo, the threat letter, and some photographs of Lynette during the show. This was definitely meant for her. The threat letter demands that Lynette step down from the leading role, but stops short of saying that what will happen if she doesn't. Neither of us recognize the handwriting. It's messy, perhaps to cover the tracks, or maybe this person just has messy handwriting.
I don't think we're gonna find any more clues here.
Shall we ask Miro what he makes of you have destroyed this work of art?
Yes, let's.
It's that girl, it has to be.
Whatever destroyed means, it could have something to do with the original script that Farina mentioned. Also, I'm gonna have to ask you to stick
around
a while.
You don't even have to ask. I was gonna be sticking around anyway. Yeah, so I also think that this could be a...
Lynette's debut acting role thing worked out. Even the avant-garde box office is lapping it up.
It might not even be the girl in this stage because... usually with Genshin, like they take your perception of something and turn it on its head quite a bit.
How could I ever have doubted you? If you hadn't stuck to your guns and kept sending those invitations, this opportunity would have passed us by.
These guys are dirt.
See? I told you. All the times she'd refused in the past were all the more reason to keep inviting her. Because it turns into a big talking point.
Man, they invite her for a talking point, for publicity, which, like, again, like, it makes sense why you'd want, like, Lynette or even Lyney or anyone like that in your play, in your show, because, like, they would be a big talking point. Lynette and Lyney, like, even, like, had a big publicity thing in the past, year, when it came to, their trial as well,
Can you imagine if you'd gone with Jillian? You'd have been lucky to get half the ticket sales you've ended up with.
True.
So they don't care about the art aspect of it at all.
Jillian still needs to get a few more productions under her belt.
Do you have a moment, Director Mario?
Oh.
You better have a moment.
Ah, if it isn't the star of the show. We were just talking about you. Oh, and is that the legendary traveler with you?
And here's the thing, right? Like we said, it makes 100% to want the bigger star in your show because of publicity, right? But the way they're talking just makes it seem like it's the opposite of, like, caring about your art. That's what it is, right? And I think from Lynette's perspective, having someone say that her performance was robotic and stilted, having, like, another actor taking the supporting role when it's a leading role, I'm pretty sure she would be upset by this.
I'm guessing you're here to discuss the show with the director? Oh, you're a talented and hardworking actress, Lynette. It's no wonder you're getting such rave reviews.
He sucks. Insight, yeah, this general expression is a bit unnatural. Despite his effusive words, the look in the eyes suggests he's not so delighted with Lynette's newfound stardom.
I'll leave you artists to discuss your work in peace. Mary, make sure you give your star performer and her friend your full attention.
I certainly will. Lynette carries the fortunes of our entire troupe on her shoulders.
That's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure. Who is that?
Mr. Maloney. An investor, something, I think. I've never asked him.
So, what can I do for the two of you? I'm afraid I'll have to dash soon as I'm meeting some friends from the newspaper. Otherwise, I'd love to stay longer.
We won't take up too much of your time.
We heard that the original script for The Lost Puppet was quite different from the final show. I'm kind of curious to know what the protagonist was like in that version.
Oh, well, this is a surprise. I didn't think you'd be interested in that sort of thing.
And you didn't expect Farina to, I don't know. He definitely didn't expect Farina to have a conversation with us either.
It's not uncommon for scripts to undergo major changes as they're being brought to the stage. But I'm afraid there's not much to tell you in this case. The protagonist has stayed the same from the beginning to end.
That's not what Farina thinks.
A mechanical puppet with a bumbling body but a sensitive soul. A stranger in time who doesn't belong. There's no doubt about it. You are the protagonist, and the protagonist is you. The success of one is the success of the other, and that's what made this show an artistic triumph.
Sorry, you've lost me. Can you put it in plain words?
All right, then. Delving deep in the search of core truths is the job of an artist, after all. You shouldn't give your attention to early drafts of the script, Lynette. All it would do is sow confusion where you already have clarity. The current script is the final version because it is the best version, and your performance best brings that script to life. Why, if it weren't for you, I doubt any audience would give our show the time of day.
Right, but these two lines can go together very well, where it says, hey, the best version in your performance brings the script to life. If once you know, we give it the time of day. But if you take away the first line and just say, why, if it weren't for you, I doubt anyone gives our show the time of day. That line on its own is how he truly feels, right? And like, here's the thing, I've no doubt Lynette's a fantastic performer. We know she's a great performer, right? But like, that, how he truly feels is, why, if it weren't for you, I doubt anyone would give our audience our show the time of day. To me, it also like gives off the impression that he doesn't have a faith in his art, or he doesn't have true faith in Jillian, from my perspective. Also, what's crazy is like you have an option to give Farina like a script of yours, and an option to have Farina like review your play in a very positive manner, and you don't take that either, which is really crazy. I don't know. I feel like he's gone about this all in the wrong way. How do you explain this letter?
What letter? Oh my goodness.
So he actually doesn't know about this letter. It's hard to read, but the surprise seems genuine.
Destroyed this work of art? Really?
Well, Director Mariu, any idea who might have written it?
No. Who on earth would write such nonsense?
Could it be someone involved with the production?
Absolutely not. Without Lynette, this show would be over. Everyone's hard work would go to waste. No, there's no way that this is someone from the troupe.
Was there any way Lynette could lie low until this blows over?
Yeah, maybe Jillian could fill in for
There you
me
go.
for a while.
What? No way, out of the question. The protagonist has to be played by Lynette. Jillian can't... She's just not what the audience is looking
It sounds like the original script was centered around Jillian. That's what it sounds like to me.
Huh? I've got it. It's a competitor. Yes, this letter must be from a competitor of ours who's trying to get under Lynette's skin. You can't lie low. That's just what they want you to do. The moment you step back from performing, they'll put their rumor mill into overdrive and drag us through the mud. They're just waiting for their chance to kick us while we're down.
Yeah, but this is a very scary letter, and also like it's making Lynette feel all kinds of way, you know?
Competitor? Really?
Oh my god, Lynette's like, again, for someone who's like so serious and so sure of herself as well most of the time, right? It's really cool to see the side of her, but also very sad. You know what I mean? Like, instantly she's like, it's like, when you have anxiety and someone like tries to explain away your anxiety, it's 75% feels good, right? And then like that other 25% is still there. She's still feeling anxious, but like in this moment, he's like, oh, it's a competitor. It's not someone trying to hurt you. You're like, okay, but still you're thinking, but what if it is?
Definitely. Those lowlifes. Slander and libel are all their specialties. They drown out the truth with a flood of misinformation, and they stop at nothing once they get riled up.
Do you have a particular suspect in mind?
Oh, there's so many of them out there. Fame always seems to attract haters, no matter what you do to try and keep everyone happy. But don't worry, I will get to the bottom of this. Stay strong, Lynette, and keep up the good work on stage. I have to go and meet my friends from the newspapers now, but rest assured, I'll be discussing countermeasures with them.
So, a competitor, huh?
Do you think that's it?
I kinda doubt it. We've dealt with those types before. Usually their goal is to steal our venue for their own show, or to cover up a scandal by planting a story to divert public attention. But at the moment, I don't think anyone's got a reason to do any of that stuff. Let alone pull a stunt like this. A threat letter is quite extreme. Besides, when I felt that evil stare, I'm pretty sure it was coming from somewhere backstage. So that rules out a lot of people.
Yeah. Yeah, like, I think Jillian would be the one they want us to think it is, and like, that could be it, like, it's pointing towards Jillian, but, yeah, again, with Genshin, they sometimes it will make sense in the end, but it will, like, turn your expectations sometimes on your head.
I'm actually more concerned about Mariu. When I mentioned Jillian, his reaction was pretty unusual.
Now you mention it, did seem a little odd.
Especially since Maloney mentioned that the initial plan was to cast Jillian as the lead.
There you go, yeah.
Sounds like there was an original protagonist as well as an original script. I should probably go talk to her.
Do you know where she lives?
Yep. She told me she lives in the Fleuve Sandra.
Okay. Yeah, like, all of this to me is, like, again, like you said, Genshin can turn it on their head as well, but this is like, like, someone who gets very anxious is an anxiety-riddled person's nightmare, right? Not knowing exactly why someone dislikes you exactly. Like, you have an idea, right, of the idea of taking the lead role in the play or whatever, but not knowing for sure, like, what the full story is. And this is one of those situations that I wouldn't be able to rest until I put this to bed. But, like, it's so crazy to me as well that, you know, the art form here, because and that's what's so good about the Hangouts. I legit thought that, like, this was, like, one of the most artistic plays in history of, like, Fontaine, right? I was like, oh my god, because when I did the other roles, I was like, oh, you even heard me, I was like, this is amazing. That's such a cool idea for how do we get to the Fleuve Sandra again? There we go. It's such a cool idea for a play, right? This is such a beautiful place. I even said it, I was like, this is such a beautiful idea for a play. Such a beautiful idea for a show. For a movie. Like, the idea of, like, you know, having to tell someone's expression from their face, it almost reminds me of an old silent movie or something like that. But then, like, now that you hear about it, it feels like almost like the absence of art from some sides, right? Once it's just like you make the show just to, like, get the most money possible. And while there's nothing wrong with making money, it does feel like it is kind of like, okay, you're not trying that hard anymore. Well, Vision, my guys, how you doing? I miss these. These guys are awesome. Shawnee, Luca, kill anyone today? Not today. You kill anyone today? I kill lots of people. It's me, Tartagula. Doing a bit of killing is my job in Minecraft. Let's go.
Lynette? What are you doing? You're not welcome here.
You're not welcome?
I've been to the Fleuve Sandra plenty of times before. This is the first I'm hearing about me.
Yeah, what the hell?
Things are different around here. You might be used to a crowd of bootlicking morons fawning over you wherever you go.
What?
But not down here. We know what you are.
Know what what are you talking about?
Bootlicking morons?
She's got a bone. Yeah, what is happening here? Lynette is like one of the most down-to-earth people I've ever met in this game.
I don't know. I've never met this kid before.
Gina, stop that. Go home now.
Did you tell her something? Like, what's happening here? And give us an explanation of what she means that she's not welcome here anymore. Let's not beat around any bushes. Let's not, like, you know, avoid the questioning here, right? Please, that's a horrible thing to hear when you enter into a place you've been in several times.
Jillian?
No buts. How many times do I have to tell you? That had nothing to do with Lynette.
So there is something.
If you don't leave right now, I swear I'll never invite you to one of my shows.
So I wonder, did Jillian tell obviously people about like how she lost the role to Lynette, and people are blaming Lynette for that. So maybe it's not Jillian who sent. I think she would have been a main suspect, but maybe it's not Jillian after all who sent the letter.
Jillian, I just because Lady Farina speaks highly of you, it doesn't mean you're all that.
Gina, gonna be honest with you, gal. Just because Frida does speak highly of her, it does mean she's all that. I'm being honest with you. I'm just being honest with you.
Gina's always been a strong-willed child. That's why I never let her visit me at work.
It's okay. I have younger
Look what understanding
too,
she is.
so I get it. She's in her rebellious phase, huh?
Lynette's got a lot of younger siblings, by the way.
If you let angsty kids get you riled up, they'll drain all your energy. So don't worry. I won't let it get to me.
Wow. Incredible. Incredible.
Well, the situation's a little different in this case, but still, thank you. So, what brings you to the Fleuve Sandra?
Can we talk about the original protagonist?
We heard about it from Maloney. He said you were originally supposed to play the lead.
Maloney, huh? Of course he couldn't keep his mouth shut.
It shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? Like, this happens all the time. Now, obviously, it's a big deal to her, I'm saying, of course, in terms of, like, losing your role, but I'm saying, like, in terms of keeping it secret, like, it seems like it would be pretty common knowledge sometimes, right?
I'm sorry. I never mentioned it because Director Mariu was very clear that I mustn't let any of it affect you.
Yeah, circumstances have changed.
What's this?
The senator thinks that Lynette has destroyed the show. Could it have anything to do with the original protagonist?
I don't know. Who would do something like this?
Don't be scared, Jillian. Just tell us what you know.
Okay, I'll try. It's true. I was originally cast as the lead in The Lost Puppet. I've worked with director Mariyu many times before, but only in minor roles. The audiences and critics never had much to say about me. Nothing terrible, but nothing amazing.
So just like towing the line of like between, well, average, we could say. You know, it's a horrible sometimes, especially in acting, if someone says, "Oh, it was average," like that could be a horrible thing to say. So I don't mean it like that, but you know what I mean. Like that's what it sounds like. It's middle of the line.
A few months ago, Mariyu started working on a new show, so I plucked up the courage to ask him if I could take the leading role. He was hesitant, but he agreed to let me try for the part. We did a few rehearsals, everything seemed to be going okay, but then...
There's been a change of plan, Jillian. The leading role will now be played by Lynette.
Lynette? But she always turns these things down, doesn't she?
And that's why we cannot afford to waste this opportunity. Jillian, I understand how you must be feeling. But Maloney and myself have to do what's best for the production as a whole. Next time, the lead will be yours. I promise.
And I think he means this because he even said that she wants her to get some more experience under her belt. But, you know, obviously it's still very hurtful.
I was incredibly disappointed at first. But I also know full well that I don't have Lynette's star power.
Ah, Jesus.
Without Lynette, how could we ever convince people to pay money to go and see a mastermind show? And if the show was a flop with me in the leading role, how would I answer to the director and the rest of the cast? Then, I got to meet you on stage and found that you're really down to earth in a way that not many celebrities are.
She's awesome.
You were kind to everyone,
Yep.
and your performance wasn't bad.
She's relatable. She's beyond relatable.
Whatever disappointment I had left at that point, I certainly wasn't about to take it out on you.
Yeah. That's very mature.
By wasn't bad, you mean it wasn't great either. So, I'm guessing Mariyu changed the script to simplify the protagonist.
Oh, no.
Make her a dumbed-down version of the mechanical puppet that I could actually play.
All of this is hurtful to hear, right?
He did make some changes to the script, yes.
How do you get her hands on the original draft? Who currently has it?
Jaik, one of the other actors. He likes to collect Dr. Mariyu's old drafts because he hopes to be a director himself one day. He also lives nearby. I can arrange for you to meet him at the tavern.
Makes sense. I always see him talking to Mariyu. Alright, see you at the tavern then.
Man, like, I don't know, like, maybe it's just, again, we don't know how these stories usually go. In Genshin, again, like we said, they get turned up on the side in their head sometimes. It could be Jillian, it could be someone else, it could be anyone at this stage. But, like, it's very clear that already we know that the people in the Flu Sandra have been told about Lynette taking her performance, or at least they've perceived it to be that she took a performance or she took a role from somebody. That can, you know, especially since people in the Flu Sandra are all about looking out for each other, that can definitely like color a lot of people's opinions of someone. But Lynette is like one of the most down-to-earth people ever, and she has a very big celebrity status now, I suppose, as well.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Jillian brought me up to speed on the situation. I'm here to help however I can. Here, this is the script you're after.
It looks very rough and it looks like he was constantly editing it.
That's always the way with pen and paper drafts. Even the final script is full of last-minute changes by the director. There should be a cleaner copy of the original script in here somewhere. Sorry, it's all a bit mixed up. I just grabbed the whole stack of paper since I was in a rush.
No problem. Now activating search mode. I'll go through one page at a time.
I'll never get tired of the two thumbs up. Never. So we have to just do the investigation ourselves. So investigation notes. There are newspaper clippings among the notes. They're about shows of different styles. Those in the few pages have turned yellow, which means they must be quite old. Look for mentions of Miro. Oh my god. But we have a bonus here. And it's still not enough. We failed on that one. None of the headlines are director Moreau. In more recent years, many reports praising Moreau, our forward-thinking director, one of the greats of his era. So we should have done the other first, possibly. Lost Puppet. Oh god. The official script for the Lost Puppet tells how dancing puppet protagonist is rejected by humanity and then begins searching for a meaning of life. This is so nerve-wracking. Let's go with the first one. Why not? Okay, we got this one. We got this one. That's good. It's so nerve-wracking. In Act 4, the protagonist loses the ability to dance due to wear and tear in her circuitry. There's notes saying some cursory movements to get the point across will suffice. The audience focus will be on the fancy set and extras. Right. So they're saying that, hey, don't worry about it. Like, everyone's going to be looking at the set. Let's see what difference are between the current version of The Lost Puppet and the original script. Oh, come on, we can do this. Oh, maybe it wouldn't matter if we read that first. Okay, good, good. We got 2 of them. 21. Act 4 seems to be a solo performance by the protagonist, and the set is just some decrepit ruins. There's a note saying that this will focus on the audience's attention on the solo performer. So I'm guessing we have to talk to these 2. Oh no, there's stuff over here too. There's stuff over here as well. I was like, I have to talk to these 2. Old drafts. Some photographs of the live performances attached. Okay, let's skim through it. Come on, give us a good one. Give us a good one. Yay! We got it 20. Not a nat 20, but still very good. The photo from recent years show fancy venues and polished sets, but the earlier photos show humbler venues. The cast list shows that in recent years, Meru has collaborated with many famous celebrities, but their acting chops are disputed, and Maloney is listed as an investor. Very well. Meru's original script is littered with amendments. It's practically illegible. Investigation, read carefully. I will read carefully. How did you know? 11, we got it. Yeah, the bonus is very good, but obviously the first time, you know, we just failed it. The reason it's so hard to read is because it's edited with the correction fluid multiple times. I'd estimate that each line was rewritten 3 times. Looks like Mario wasn't happy with his edits. Okay.
The protagonist returns to the ruins where she began and performs a dance in honor of her deceased companions. She dances until her joints have rusted stiff and mechanical parts are falling from her
Crazy idea for like a mechanical dancer, right? To show how like into this dance performance they're in.
Yep. That's not something a novice could hope to pull off after just a few months of rehearsal.
Dancing's hard. Dancing is difficult. We watch a lot in Rome Reacts, we watch a lot of like Zero Base 1 behind the scenes dance stuff, right? And like they like can pick it up a lot easier because again, they've been doing it for years. You know what I mean? They can do it, they've been doing it for so freaking long. But if you haven't done like straight up like interpretive or you know, hip hop or any type of like, you know, a particular type of dance, it can be like really difficult, even though Lynette is like a performer who practices, you know, choreography in the magician space, but that's so different from anything else. The basic plot is the same. She loses the ability to dance due to wear and tear in her circuitry, but there's much more emotion behind the scene, the memory of her former companions coming to peace with her life. The simple set and solo performance means the lead actress has to carry the whole scene herself. It's much more demanding role than in the final script. Yeah.
Frankly, I think that the original script is much better, and the original lead is the best fit.
I mean, that can be hard to like, it's very clear that in terms of, and this is, you know, one of the things that we want to like praise Lynette to the end of our days, right? And Lynette is amazing. We love Lynette. But even Lynette is saying here, and I think it's a fair thing to say, which is like, I am an amateur at this. I haven't done performances like this. I'm clearly not as like talented in terms of acting yet as Jillian is. So it is like this situation where it's like, she's able to look at this and be like, look, I was clearly hired because they wanted, you know, to sell tickets. And I'm not terrible, but, you know, she's able to look at this from this perspective.
Jillian, shall I go tell Mariu to put you back in the leading role?
What? Are you serious? But the next show is
Jesus.
It's such a huge opportunity.
That's, oh god, that's massive. Yeah, but then having Jillian there, like, if she's, and she probably will be really good, if it's a case where it's like, she's so good, they won't even care that maybe Lynette's not in it? Maybe?
But not such a rare one for me, though.
She
right?
performs there all the time. Lynette performs there all the time.
That's different. This isn't you as part of a magic duo. It's a chance to star as the main character in a show. You'll reach whole new heights of fame.
Fame in small doses has its perks, but too much and I'll get overloaded. But if you play the lead, the fame will be yours, and I get to be free. Sounds like a win-win, don't you think?
Yep, it sounds pretty good. And like, I love how like mature Lynette is being about this as well, right? Obviously at first, and I love the way they did it slowly. It wasn't just this instant change. At first she was like, wait, am I not that good? Wait, was I not as good as I could have been? Oh, they changed the role for me? Oh, Jillian was much better. Jillian has a lot of passion for this. Okay, for sure the original script. I'm seeing the original script. It is better. Farina even said that the original script was better. And eventually she comes to this realization, okay, Jillian, would you take the lead role back? You know? It was a slow build from like utter disappointment to like being like accepting this kind of like, okay, I'm not as good yet as this trained actor.
It'll never work. There's no way Director Mariu or Maloney would ever agree to it.
They're gonna have, if Lynette quits, what are they gonna do?
The set for Act 4 would need to change, as would all the marketing materials. And that would mean asking Maloney for a lot more.
He can front it.
Changing actors at the last minute is just too risky. If anything went wrong, it could bankrupt the whole troupe. Plus, Maloney's friends have already published a ton of articles saying how this is the role that Lynette was born to play. No one else can play the protagonist now.
Oh, Jesus, but clearly you were born to play this. I think that's what we're getting at here.
If Lynette quit the show and I took her place,
it would destroy the reputation of Maloney's friends.
If Lynette left, they'd sooner stop the whole show than let me take her place.
Right, that actually makes sense. That makes perfect sense, actually.
Stop the whole show? But all the people in the troupe, months and months of everyone's hard work would all be for nothing.
No wonder Mario was still saying anything to try to keep Lynette on board. Is there any other way? Oh, please. Oh, no, we have... Jesus Christ, we have a freaking... You know, a freaking 12 plus 12 advantage. We'd have to get really bad to fail this. We'd have to be so bad to fail this. Judging from those documents, Monroe's true intention seems to be, I have an idea.
You do? What is
All we need to do is this. Oh, they're not going to tell us? Okay, fair enough. A little surprise.
That's a bold plan. I'm in.
You know, it's a little crazy, but it might actually work.
No way. It's not worth taking such a huge risk just for a chance to be in the spotlight.
Jillian, whatever it is, you got to do it.
Jillian, you said before, whatever disappointment I had left, I wasn't about to take out on you. In other words, that disappointment is still there, but you've kept it bottled up inside. Be honest. You still hope to play the leading role, don't you?
But the thought of putting so many people out just for my sake?
You think they'd be put out? That's not how I see it.
Jillian, you were more dedicated than anyone during the rehearsals for the original script. We all saw how hard you worked for this role. And I think you know that unless we decide to make a stand here, the path we're on is only going to take us further and further from our dreams, all of us. So take it from me, you would not be putting us out. Not one bit.
Whether the plan succeeds is up to you.
You guys...
Come on, Jillian!
Okay. Let's do it. I will play my
Let's
part.
go.
Yes! I knew you'd come around. All right, I'll let the rest of the troupe know, and we'll start preparing immediately.
Wonderful.
Just do thumbs up.
This solves everything.
Wait, but what about the threat letter? Do you have any idea who sent it?
Maybe it was your little, the gal that was talking to us?
As long as we stick to the plan, I'll give up the lead role, so it won't matter anymore, right?
But surely you want to know who it's from. If they're out there and no one's keeping an eye on them, what if they come looking for you?
Okay, this is my take. yes, it's dangerous. She's a House of the Hearth member. If someone comes looking for her, especially in a home with 2 other House of the Hearth members, I genuinely believe that it'll be the worst mistake they ever made in their life.
I doubt they will. It's supposed to be a threat, but they didn't even say what would happen if
There we
I
go.
didn't meet their demands.
There we go.
Plus, the handwriting is kinda childish. Doesn't look like a professional intimidator.
Professional intimidator. It was Gina.
Who knows? Maybe it was just a fan of
Yeah,
yours having a
it was
moment.
Gina.
A fan? Of me?
Maybe there's someone out there who really appreciates your talent, even in the supporting roles.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, like, this is what I was talking about. House of the Hearth member knows if you're really trying to intimidate someone, they know exactly what you would write, right? Please give us a good one here. Please, 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 please. Yes, a nat 20! Jillian's sister mentioned that Farina spoke highly of Lynette, but how could she have heard that? Yeah.
It's getting late.
She was listening in.
We should be leaving.
That was her. Also, suddenly.
Come on.
Very good. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. How could she have heard about that? I thought it was just maybe like a side thing. You notice a faint sound of sobbing in the corner as you're leaving the tavern?
I'm such an idiot.
Is it Gina? Wait.
Sorry for manhandling you. You looked like you were seconds away from figuring out who sent the letter, so I had to act fast.
Was it Jillian's sister?
Nothing gets past
Yeah.
you.
Well, it did get past me. I just thought that she saw like a review beforehand or maybe like an interaction beforehand.
Just because
Yeah.
Lady
Oh my
Finalizing
god, I can't believe I didn't
hated
pick up
you,
on that aspect.
doesn't mean you're all that.
Because I was thinking to myself, well, I did pick up on it was her, but like that aspect, I was kind of like, I thought when she said this that she like Farina just probably talked to Lynette or maybe like talked about Lynette at the trials before or something like that. After everything that happened, you know?
I'm so sorry. Gina's always been a strong-willed child. That's why I never let her visit me.
There we go. Farina hasn't released her official review of The Lost Puppet yet, which means Gina dissipated her sister and secretly came to watch her at work.
I guess she must have snuck into the drinks reception and overheard our conversation with Farina. She idolizes Jillian, both as an older sister and an actress. And she watched as the dream role Jillian had been waiting to play for so long got snatched away from her by some amateur who's never acted before. To make matters worse, all the critics were hailing this amateur as a perfect fit for the role. And even Fontaine's former biggest star was praising her abilities.
Yeah, she wrote that letter in a fit of anger.
Yeah, and that pretty much sums it up.
Are you going to confront her about it? I'd say not, right?
Like I said, getting angry at angsty teenagers is draining.
Yeah.
Besides, if it was my younger brother or sister and they found out I'd been treated unfairly or had an opportunity stolen from me,
Yeah.
I'd definitely do
Yes.
something.
Yes. I'm pretty sure that if Jillian stole your role and you'd be mistreated in this play, I'm pretty sure even if they found out that Gina wrote this letter, you'd just have like Fremine and Lyney walking out of Flusandra. What are you guys doing here? It's taken care of. What? It's done. It's taken care of. You know what I mean? Like a House of the Heart, especially those House of the Heart kids we met during the Knave quest. Those kids would just rip Gina apart. They really would. I think Lyney and Fremine would obviously be very understanding of the situation, but I think some House of the Hearth members would not take kindly to their older sister Lynette being threatened in any single way.
I was in Jillian's position once. Back when Lyney and I were starting out, before we got famous, we just had to take things a day at a time. Doing our shows, slowly trying to build up our reputation. So I can understand Gina's frustration. Still, she could definitely use some pro tips on how to write a threat letter.
I love that Lynette's been getting advice from Farina and she's doubting herself as how good of an actor she is and all this stuff, and you see, but her specialty, she's look, if you need help writing a threat letter, she must have been giving that evil stare, right?
No, the way she looks at me is indignant, frustrated, but not malicious. Plus, she didn't even try to hide how she felt.
Wait, what?
Whoever was giving me that evil stare was backstage. Blending into the crowd at a drinks reception is one thing, but trying to blend in backstage, where everyone's on high alert waiting to be called on stage, would be a lot more difficult. We'll find out who it is before too long. In 2 days' time, at the next show, I think it will become very clear.
Okay.
On that note, guess I'll see you at the Opera House. Bye for now.
Honestly, like, great story. I love how they really bring in Lynette's personality in this as well, right? Like, it's obviously, like, you know, like, we can say, like, very comedic in a way too, but she's a House to Hearth member. These House to Hearth members are scary sometimes. They are. Like, the stuff that they're able to do, the talents that they have are, like, not this. Oh, it's 2 days later, sorry. Are not the same as any other ordinary, you know, talented person. It's just not. And I love the first thing she focuses on is, like, yeah, like, it's not a very good threat letter. That's probably why she wasn't, like, scared at all. She's just like, kind of, like, a little bit nervous about it, you know? Even I said it there before. I was like, I don't think that in any way they have to worry about someone showing up at Lynette's door. Not because, like, it's not a scary thing to get a threat letter, right? It is a terrifying thing to get a threat letter. But it's more of a case of, like, if she showed up to, if any person, let's say Gina, which she wouldn't clearly because she's just a kid. If Gina showed up to the House of the Hearth, or even showed up to their house, to House of the Hearth members, it wouldn't turn out very well whatsoever. Oh my god, we just need a few more of these to get, like, 2 fates. That's awesome. And again, I want to make it clear, I don't think Lyney and Lynette, Lynette and Fremine would dispose of a teenager. I want to say that, making that pretty clear. I was just saying the other House of Hearth members definitely, like, would have no issue just being like, yeah, get out of here. You know, how dare you do that to our older sister? Because I do think Lyney would be very frustrated, you know, at someone threatening his sister. But once he found out that it was a teenager, he probably would be like, hey, look, it was clearly just a load of bull crap. But he still would be very upset with them. Do you remember the first time he came to Fontaine, I read everything on this board? Do you guys remember that? Gonna miss this place. Gonna miss this place. I'm gonna miss this place. Hey, you're not on trial anymore. You don't have to go in there. I'm going in here. You gonna stop me? Is anyone gonna stop me? I don't think so. So cool. It actually, like, is very reminiscent of me being back here, right? Like, it feels like the first time we entered here for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, you're here. Lynette and Jillian are busy getting ready, so please come with me.
No problem. Act 1 in the ruins. Wait, we're gonna see the actual show itself?
That puppet in the middle. Is that Lynette? She's so pretty.
So freaking cool. What an illustration.
It's starting. Keep your voice down.
The protagonist and dancer has been abandoned in some ruins. She suspects it's because of her health condition with her legs, which has affected her ability to dance. But then she finds the other abandoned puppets who just like her. Look just like her. Only then does she realize her illness is just a mechanical breakdown, and she is just a dancing puppet.
Wow. I thought it would be hard to follow, but in the end, it was actually very clear.
Heck yeah.
Even though her face was expressionless and she didn't speak the whole time, I felt like I could really understand how the protagonist was feeling.
Act 2, the journey. Some mechanical puppets believe in myth. At the end of the world, there is a god of puppets who can turn puppets into human beings. And so, the protagonist and her companions begin their quest. But the myth is a lie, spread by someone with nothing but contempt for puppet kind. At the end of their journey, they are kidnapped, dismantled, melted down, and abused. The protagonist helped her companions escape, but in the process, became trapped under the rubble of a crumbling building. She closes her eyes and enters into a deep sleep.
Director Mariu really is a master of his craft. And so is the actress in the lead role.
So did they replace, did they put Jillian in place of Lynette here just with the mask on?
I have a friend who saw the show on the opening day. They thought the critics overstated how good it was, but I gotta say, the protagonist is incredible.
Act 2 closed with thunderous applause from the crowd.
I can't believe it's only been a few days since the last show. Lynette's improved.
It must be
so
Jillian,
much.
right?
Just wow. I'm speechless. Words simply cannot do justice to the sheer excellence we witnessed from Lynette on stage today.
Your penchant for the hyperbolic strikes again, Almery. Clearly you weren't at a loss for words when you were writing your article. I saw you hand it to the journalist. trying to get your critique into the papers the moment the show is over, are you?
He's like, you're trying to publish that review on YouTube the moment the embargo was done?
Well, you know how it is. The early critics get all the readers. Wouldn't you agree, Mary?
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? The first half was a huge success. Even I could tell the acting was.
I'm not a big fan of Maloney. I think I'm not a big fan of Maloney.
My apologies, Mr. Maloney. Please excuse me for a second.
He notices right away.
I need to have a little talk with my actors.
Oh, very well. Hey, while you're at it, this might be a good time to talk future collaborations with Lynette.
Yeah, I bet he knows right away what's happening.
Are you guys sure this is gonna work? What if Director Mary pushes back? We're already halfway there. We can't back out now. All we need to do is stick to the plan.
What is this plan that you're so intent on hiding from me?
Nothing.
Director Mary.
We're not hiding nothing of you.
I thought you were talking to Maloney and the critics.
Korantan and Armory have both finished their articles. I went to greet them as a mere formality, but you seem to have availed yourselves of my absence during the first half to defy me. What have you done? Was that really Lynette playing the lead role?
Well done, director. You saw through it.
Ta-da!
Mary hears Lynette's voice behind him beside her as a protagonist without her costume and mask.
Director Mary, I was the one playing the lead role just now.
Honestly, fantastic. Because Jillian clearly was made for the role, right?
I switched costumes and masks with Jillian so that I could be the protagonist's companion and stay out of the limelight.
And this is what Lynette wants too.
Lynette, why on earth would you do this?
You know my acting is amateur. The only reason I'm being seen as a pro, let alone a pioneer, is because you have critics supporting the show.
Incredibly mature from Lynette. And you have no hope of paying them all off.
If they'd seen me in the leading role during the first half, they wouldn't be expecting anything more. But what happens now that they've seen Jillian in the role? If you force me to play the lead in the second half, they'll be wondering, why is the actress suddenly giving such an underwhelming performance right at the climax of the whole story?
Were the critics wrong? Is the director all in out there? Let's work on the critics.
These are just some of the questions that will be on everyone's minds during the second half. And those questions will follow them out the doors of the theater after.
Did we make her angry by saying that? Do you think the critics will sound credible? I didn't mean it like that. For sure.
There's only one way for you to save your reputation. And that's to keep Jillian as the lead all the way to the end.
Absolutely not. I'd sooner announce that we're having technical difficulties and need to stop the show. If I keep Jillian as the lead for the second half, what do you think will happen in the curtain call when she takes her mask off? Everyone will see that we've changed actors. What will your fans think? They're only here because of you, and what about all the critics who support you? If we get on the wrong side of them, it'll be the death of the whole show. There'd be tickets to refund, fines to pay for breach of contract. The whole troupe's hard work would go down the drain. Don't you see how much this would cost us? You can't just take a job on a whim, then abandon your responsibility the moment you don't feel like doing it anymore. You're playing games with other people's hopes and dreams.
Director Mary, please. You're not being fair to Lynette.
That kind of hurt. That hurt me.
Actually, Jillian, he's half right. I did kind of take this on a whim.
Yes. It was encouragement from Lyney as well, right?
And my responsibility here is making sure you get back the role that belongs to you.
Oh my God!
Part of that responsibility lies with me.
Yeah.
Considering I badgered you into accepting the job.
Did you bring all your props?
Sorry I'm a little late.
Oh
to the
my
show.
God.
Work's been keeping me pretty busy lately.
Rizmaster Lyney over here, giving us another flower.
Lyney? What do you want? Do you think you can snap your fingers and make all my problems magically disappear?
That's what he does for me whenever he shows up.
That might be a little tricky, but instead, I could make something else magically appear.
What's this?
What's this?
A draft complaint letter, my contract, your legal fees, reimbursement for the tickets, and an advance on the penalty fee for breach of contract.
What?
Mr. Mariyu, I'm stepping down from the leading role. regardless of whether you choose to cancel the rest of today's show.
Okay, that is like... Okay, did she just pay out a role? She paid out her contract. She paid their legal fees, reimbursed them for the tickets, and advanced the penalty fee of the breach of contract. She literally said, I have enough money to do this. That is so freaking cool.
If you do suffer unforeseen financial losses from this, you're free to seek damages as per the contract.
Oh my god.
And if you want to file a lawsuit, there's a draft here that you can use if you need it.
He's literally saying, hey, like, do it. That's insane.
I can't believe this.
Yeah.
You're literally handing me a lawsuit against you with a straight face.
That's the truth. Like, that is such a cool moment. Cause like, again, like, how else would you know what I mean? Like, it's like, who else would do this? Who else would hand you their own lawsuit?
Of course. All this Mora, it's a pittance to you, isn't it? Must be nice to have the luxury of success and fame.
Brother, you tried to use her fame for this play. You can't be like, must be nice, when it's like, that's what you tried to use. You got that luxury.
Look at us. We're huge stars. One minute we want to go on stage. The next we feel like backing out of the contract. But that's okay. We're famous.
No.
We can afford it. You have no respect for other people's work. You're treating other people's hopes and dreams like a big joke.
Here's the thing, I half agree with the idea that yes, it is kind of like very, very like weird to like just back out, right? But at the same time, that's what you wanted. You brought Lynette in for the fame, and now you're saying like, oh, it must be nice that you're stars. That's the reason you wanted her.
You don't give a hoot how much this show means to other people. You don't even care that the whole production might have to shut down because of you.
I think she's doing this for Jillian, but again, I don't think it's unfair for him to be frustrated, right? It is a frustrating situation.
That's not true. I do care. And I'm under no illusion as to how much this show means to you.
Oh, brilliant deduction.
Okay, dude.
Yeah, of course it means a lot to me. This is my show. That's the only reason I asked you to be in it in the first place.
Yeah, that's the truth. Again, that's why, like, again, I have no problem with him, like, rightly being like, look, this is so weird, like, halfway through the show to back out of it and to change everything or to lie to me about my own production, right? That I feel like if he came at that from that perspective, that's such a great perspective, right? It's like, okay, that is weird, right? But again, he did hire Lynette as just a publicity thing. He did lie to her about why he was hiring. He changed the script as well. And not only that, he benefited from her fame. And now he's like, oh, it must be so nice that you're famous. And then he's being rude here with the brilliant... And look, the tone of it, don't even... Like, again, the tone, listen to the tone of this.
Oh, brilliant deduction there.
See, yeah, rude. Just rude.
Really? Then why do your eyes tell a different story?
He was the guy staring at her.
Look at me. It's full of contempt. Almost as if I've destroyed your work of art.
So he was the one looking at Lynette with contempt.
What? I would never think that.
And that's the thing. That's why, again, here, he says you don't care about the art. You don't care about our work of art, right? And I don't mean to make it sound so, because it's going to sound so bad against Lynette no matter what way I say it. Him hiring Lynette for this role just because she is famous already put a death nail in the art of this production. That's it. It's no longer about the art. We love Lynette. We adore Lynette. She's a fantastic magician, but she even said herself she is an amateur when it comes to the acting side of performances. And when you hired someone just because of their celebrity status, yes, you can still make a fantastic production, but that's not, you didn't hire her because of the art form. You didn't want her to play the lead role because of the art form. And you know yourself, you've contempt towards Lynette because your art form is, you see it as lesser now in your own eyes, the baby that you created, because you hired a celebrity to play the role instead of hiring someone who is like born to play the role. And you contempt your own decision, and you're doing that by having contempt for Lynette.
A couple days ago, I asked some associates to do some digging for me. I was interested to know who else you invited to play the lead apart from Lynette. Surprise, surprise. Turns out that all the other famous actresses you asked me to have prior commitments or weren't a good fit for the role. They all turned you down.
And I would have turned you down too, if not for an unlikely set of coincidences.
And Lyney pushing you into it.
You didn't send those invitations because you were looking for a better actress than Jillian.
Yeah.
But because your investor wanted a big name in your show.
And that's what I'm saying.
Right.
The art form is dead instantly when you do this. It's gone. You don't, like, again, and that's why you have contempt.
Director, marry you.
It's curious that Jillian was an outstanding actress, but fame was a key factor, and that was one thing she didn't have.
To get Maloney on your side, you chose to make Jillian the understudy, and then look for an opportunity for her to take the lead.
But then Lynette, he didn't expect anyone to accept it, and that's why. Okay, so let me just like tone back like my frustrations a bit, because he felt as okay. Still though, it's true that what he did obviously like defeated the whole idea of an art form, right? Of what it is and of a piece of art, right? But he obviously didn't want Lynette to take the role. And that's the contempt towards her. It's not only contempt towards himself that he even allowed this to happen. Maybe it is a little bit of that too. But it's the fact that she even like took the role in the first place. He like didn't expect, he expected her to say no as well. So he could just be like, okay, well then Jillian plays the role, you know?
I bet you were torn at first, weren't you? Do you stick to the tried and tested formula? Choose Lynette, use her celebrity to get the critics on your side so that you and your investors can line your pockets?
Or do you choose Jillian, so that you and your longtime collaborator can stage the show of your dreams, the original, unedited version of The Lost Puppet?
Whether you did it because of pressure for your investors or because you were lured by money, ultimately you betrayed yourself. Yes, I agree. I 100% agree. I adore Lynette. She is amazing. She can be as average as she wants in any place she wants to be. She can do it any time of the day, and we'll cheer for it. But ultimately, you betrayed yourself and you betrayed your work, and that's why you have that contempt in your eyes.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't betray myself.
You did. You betrayed your work of art.
You mentioned prior success and fame earlier, but you're a well-known director yourself, with countless works to your name. Wouldn't that make you successful too? Or maybe, deep down, none of your current achievements really count as success to
Some of this stuff has to be hidden hard. It has to be hidden hard.
Right now, you have an opportunity to send Jillian onto that stage and perform the second half as you always imagined it, faithful to your original script.
Yeah, and you have an out as well. We give you all that stuff.
Your work would be displayed for all of Fontaine to see in its true, perfect form.
Did you say perfect?
Will you keep pursuing a kind of success that you don't even value at the cost of your own artistic integrity?
Or will you act now before Maloney and the critics can protest and make your dream come true on the stage? And Jillian's dream. In fact, the dreams of the whole troupe.
The whole troupe?
Director, marry you? Actually, most of the money Lyney brought came from us. We all chipped in.
Wow, the whole troupe wants it this way.
We've worked with you for many years.
Oh my god, that's
Your
so
troupe
sweet.
has been here for you all the way, from the empty theaters where we first performed to the opera house today. We watched as you slowly started down a path you used to despise. The path of powerful connections, drinks receptions, backdoor deals with critics, and collaborations based on fame instead of talent.
It's frustration. It's frustration. This frustration from the troupe.
But this is just a temporary measure. I did it for the good of the troupe. And besides, this is how the whole industry works. Everyone else is doing
Never an excuse. You know?
Yes.
You keep telling yourself that, you know?
Back when you started, you had to bite the bullet and do these things to keep the troupe afloat. But then what happened? You began to embrace these methods more and more, becoming so reliant on them that every show you put out is overhyped by the media, and every script you write is edited to suit some celebrity's needs.
Yeah, it's a production company at this point rather than a troupe.
Surely you must have noticed what's happening. While we've been performing at bigger and bigger theaters with each show, the applause is getting quieter and quieter each night, and the criticism from people who've seen the show is growing. Maloney's friends are sycophants. They don't care if the audience is disappointed because the show doesn't live up to their glowing reviews. They praise the things they like and skirt around the things they don't.
Look, I know everyone's using the same promotional tactics, but does that really make it okay?
Well, it's...
I agree with her, by the way. I agree with her.
It's just a stopgap solution. As soon as I've made enough Mora, I'll stop. Things will be different next time. I promise.
And you say that every single time?
Next time, huh? Yeah. Next time, you won't use your connections. Next time, you won't pay off the critics. Next time, you'll let Julian play the lead.
Oh my god, that was so House of the Heart Lynette there, for sure.
Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. If you make some money once, you'll want to do it again, then again. Slowly but surely, you turn your back on your dreams.
I won't turn
This is a
my
great
back on
scene.
my dreams
It's a
any longer,
fantastic
Director
scene. It's
Mary.
like a story
Never
quest. You can feel the emotion from all the troop as well. I love it. Persuasion says, oh no way. Oh no, we have such a, it'd be nearly impossible. It'd be nearly impossible. Yeah, it'd be nearly impossible to, like, it's possible, but it'd be nearly impossible.
I had dreams too. What?
Act 3, Amidst the Rubble. Oh my, what a fantastic scene. Like seeing all the troop like gather together that money, say everything that was on our mind as well and what was on your mind probably as well, guys, also. Like, it's so fantastic. They did such a freaking good job with that. And the idea of, like, you know, Lynette being so mature to give up that role and like accept that as well, like, and also give support to Jillian. And Lyney, of course, you know, just popping in as Lyney does. That was such a Lyney thing to do, to pop in and give a full explanation of everything. You know what I mean? Like, it's so Lyney. To pop in, put on a big show, you know, do as usual, talking like this, and like make everything change within a moment. I love that they all worked together to do this. The troop, Lynette, Lyney, us. It was awesome. An unknown period of time elapsed before a group of mechanical puppets finally cleared the rubble, freed the protagonist, and reactivated her. They told her, you have to be buried here for thousands of years. The mechanical puppets rule the world. You have been buried. It turned out that the puppets who had started the uprising were none other than the protagonist's companions, whom she had rescued all those years ago. The protagonist was now revered as a hero by all puppet kind. The mechanical puppet asked the protagonist what she wished for, but she only wishes for one thing. Such a beautiful outfit as well.
Seems a little different from what the reviews said.
The protagonist wanted to return to the stage, so the puppets replaced all her parts with the latest ones available, built her a grand opera house, and summoned a huge audience.
And in the end, she forgot herself amidst the applause and cheers of her fellow puppets.
Hey, no spoilers.
Yeah, what are you spoiling?
Huh? Wait.
Yeah.
Hang on, that's not even what's happening. The set has changed back to the one from the first act.
Such a cool outfit.
Oh, Archons, please let this work out.
No need to be so nervous, Director Mariu. We only told you Lynette would be quitting the show to get you to make a decision. We wanted you to believe that this show would have to end after today, no matter what you decided.
Wait.
But in truth, I believe that if we choose our words carefully, there's no reason we can't get Maloney to come around and keep the show going.
That is the thing, Lyney putting his experience of fooling people to work. You two should definitely keep in touch.
You really thought this plan through. But I'm not upset about what you've done.
It's the push you need. It was a push that you needed to move forward with this stuff.
Worrying me now isn't how Maloney will react or whether the show will get cancelled. It's the audience. I've always thought the original script is better, but will it move them like I've always hoped? When Jillian does her curtain call, will they applaud her? What if people only came to see the show for Lynette? And because of the reviews, what if they don't really care about the show at all?
But like, you'll be able to be proud with yourself and live with yourself.
It feels like I've been hiding inside my safe little castle for too long. And now I'm scared to go outside the walls and hear what people really think.
Well, this is the push you needed, right? And sometimes you do need a push. Sometimes, like, when you're lost and your head is in the clouds and all this stuff is happening, you know, like, sometimes you do need someone to grab your ankles and drag you back down for a second, you know?
We're right here with you. We'll watch you to the end.
And you were so lucky, because a lot of people don't get this type of treatment. You were so lucky to have these people, like, you know, helping you out. Act 4, the original script. The protagonist rejects the other puppet's offer of new parts on a grand stage built in her honor. Her only wish is to see her companions again, but she's told to give her lives for the revolution. Their bodies lie buried in the ruins where they first met. The protagonist returns to the ruins alone to where their journey first began. She performs one last dance before the graves of her companions. Her circuitry burns out, her parts come loose and fall from her body, but she keeps dancing until her body completely shuts down. It has taken her thousands of years, but at last, she has finally found a reason for dancing. Wow. Really beautiful stuff.
Okay, this ending is much
Yeah?
better.
Oh, look at Lynette's outfit!
Act 1 and gave it a whole new meaning.
Oh my
What
god.
a fantastic twist.
Can I hide this for a second? Look at that. Taking a screenshot of that, guys. That's awesome. That is awesome.
Time for the curtain call. It's the moment of truth. The applause continue after I take off.
You got this. You got this. You got this. I look at the ears coming through the hood as well. I love it so much.
I always leave my mask on.
No, it's fine. That's not her. She was amazing, wasn't she? Farina. Oh, that's so great. Oh my god, and Farina clapping like... Yeah, that's so good. That is so good. That is so freaking good.
This is what fame looks like when it's truly deserved.
Oh my god. Lynette has been... This is one of the most, like, mature experiences I've ever seen. And, like, seeing it from Lynette is so awesome. Because, again, she was already, like, you know, very strong-willed and very tough, right? And we know that she was already very mature in looking after people and doing her job and working with her fellow brothers and sisters. I mean, she fought the Knave. She was one of the people that fought the Knave. But it's so cool seeing, like, this journey from, like, could I even do this? The music here is fantastic. I'm overwhelmed to, like, I can give this up, and it's much better to give this up. Do you know how many people would actually be able to give up a starring role in anything, regardless if they felt they were good or not? It's difficult. It's so difficult. Impossible, let's say. Like, if you got the starring role, like, in something, like, let's relate it to, again, I'm sorry for relating to wrestling again, but if you get told by the writers of wrestling, hey, you're going to be world champion, and if you think that, like, wait, but he deserves a way more, you're not going to say that. You're going to be like, thanks. You know, thank you. Even if your world championship run in terms of story is a stinker, you're not going to say no. It takes so much maturity to do that.
Jillian, you were amazing! Cyril was tearing up when you did your final solo dance.
Well, so are you.
But that's good, though. That's so good.
Really?
That's a connection with the art
I
form.
was so nervous. My legs felt like they turned to jelly.
What looked like an actor unsteady on her feet was in fact a poignant expression of the protagonist's frailty in her last moments. Or whatever.
Oh no, I can't take any more of that. She's like doing like a review, and he's like, oh no, I can't take any more of this view.
Hey, Mario! What the heck was that? Why wasn't Lynette playing the lead?
Shut your mouth!
Our articles are already going to press. You better have a good explanation.
You
for
already
this.
told me you don't care about actual journalistic integrity, so you were rushing to get an article out. Oh my god. Step in. Step in.
Hey now, it was all...
Oh, they're standing up for...
Hold on. The decision was mine.
Heck yeah.
They had nothing to
Love
do
it.
with it. If you have any concerns, gentlemen, then please direct them to
No,
me.
I love that. I love that.
Marry you. So it was you. Well then, I trust you'll have no objection to me pulling the plug on this production.
What if we pull you out the window? Time for Act 5?
Director Mariu, Mr. Maloney, what on earth is going on? Why was Lynette not in the lead role?
Wait, Lyney!
It took a lot of convincing for me for her to
Oh my
accept
God.
the role, and I had to turn down some big work opportunities to come and watch her performance today. You have some explaining to do.
Lyney, it was all his idea.
Oh my god.
Explain yourself.
Because we know that Maloney caves to put the idea of celebrity pressure, Lenny's going to use this to his advantage.
Wait, Lyney, as a matter of fact, this was a piece of performance art. In this play, the masks and costumes
Oh my god.
serve to obscure
Oh my god.
the differences between characters, and by extension, the difference between human and machine. We took that idea to the next level with an actor swap, blurring the lines between one performer and the next. So it's in service of the ambitious artistic goals of the production.
The 2 thumbs up have meant, still means so much.
What?
Yeah, guys, you against artistic integrity?
It's similar to deceiving the audience in
Yeah.
a magic show. We employed this technique as a means of breaking the fourth wall.
Yeah, and if you disagree, you're not artistic, guys.
It allows the audience to more intuitively understand the cognitive dissonance felt by the protagonist as a machine trying to reconcile the notion of her humanity. The audience's experience mirrors the protagonist's own confusion and becomes part of the artistic performance itself.
Hold up. What is this nonsense?
Oh, I see. Well, bravo, Director Mariu. You even had me fooled.
Of course, Lenny's like, so good at playing this deceptive performance as well. Like, it's his job. It's his life.
That's probably more because you just don't really understand avant-garde art very well, Lyney.
And yeah, we do,
Maybe so, maybe so. Well, perhaps it went over my head, but I'm sure our experts here saw the whole thing coming a mile away.
Oh, yeah, what is it, guys?
You must have worked it out by the end of the first half, surely. Mr. Amory, I just heard that you managed to write your review after just the first 2 acts.
Yeah, I'm sure they will help Director Mario by setting the future audience up for a surprise twist at the end.
Yes, you're right. Director Mariu and I are old friends. You should have said something. Then I could have played along even better.
And Lynette, I love Lynette's just like, I hate being around these like all these people who are like, doing this hoity-toity stuff. Even we were like, oh god, like all these reviews and stuff like this. Because again, like as we said, like if you don't know what you're talking about, looking at those words all together, it's like, what does that even mean? You know what I mean? As we said earlier, like it could mean something if it's attached to something. But now we know that even them, they don't even believe in the words that they were saying, really.
Yes, well, to deceive the audience, you must first deceive your closest companions. I have to give credit to Lynette and her experience in performing magic. That's what inspired me to take my art to the next level.
You mean your show was partly inspired by Lynette's background in magic? Well, in that
Oh
case,
my
I'll have to plug it
god.
to everyone I know.
Look at this, and that's going to be music to Maloney's ears.
Unfortunately, I think Mr. Maloney is going to cancel
Yeah.
the show.
But Maloney's going to be like, oh my god.
Cancel the show? Mr. Maloney, is this true?
While I accept that deceiving the audience in the manner you did certainly has artistic merit, this is not a magic show, and we don't want our audience demanding their money back.
A very valid criticism, and one that I humbly accept. If that happens, we're prepared to reimburse and apologize to any audience members who weren't satisfied.
Yeah,
with
we
the
already have the setup too.
experience.
Based on the reaction today is what most people want to see is an excellent piece of theater and not celebrity cameos. Yeah, we definitely got that feeling from it too.
Plus, it looks like Jillian is better than me at delivering the excellence people want to see. I'm sure audiences will be very happy with the show if she's allowed to stay in the leading role.
There we go. Some reviews have said that Lynette gave the performance of the year. Would you say that Jillian's performance of a lifetime?
Maloney, I believe there should still be time to tweak my article. From the look on Lynette's face, I think she's being sincere.
Oh, one other thing. We managed to get a meeting with Lady Farina earlier. All thanks to the Traveler's reputation, of course.
Yeah.
Anyway, she agreed to write a review
Oh my
focusing on
God.
Jillian's performance and the quality of the show as a whole. She promised to give her honest opinion.
No, I thought they were talking about a meeting of like with Farina that we had earlier, but they're talking about like, no, they're actually, and Farina would totally play along for us with this. Farina would 110% do this for us.
And I'm sure today's audience will be discussing her performance too. there's sure to be a variety of opinions.
But what about you, Mr. Corton? How would you rate this show?
Oh, I mean, art at its finest, clearly. But I'll have to give it some thought before I decide exactly what to write.
Oh, of course. Always good to put some thought into these things. Especially now, with a growing range of voices out there. I imagine competition for readers becomes more fierce when everyone's discussing the topic.
Corntan, Amory, let's go.
So a sourface moment again, because what happened here is basically like we used the idea of their love for celebrities and their admiration for celebrities against them in this scene. That's what happened. They, no matter what, they had. Oh wait. How do you feel now, Gina?
Gina? You snuck in? When?
Great boots.
I thought I told you no visiting me at work.
I'm sorry, Jillian, but I had to come.
Very cool. The idea of like what they perceive as like being like, you know, important, which is like perception, right? And in one fell swoop, we said Farina, Lyney, the Traveler, and Lynette all believe that this production, you know, is this avant-garde performance that we try to like break the fourth wall. And Farina's gonna write a review. There's no way in hell you could shut it down now. You would get the opposite attention that you wanted. So freaking cool the way they did this.
Thank you both so much. Without the two of you, who knows how much further down that cynical path I would have gone.
Yeah, and like again, we said it takes that push.
I always told myself that once I'd made enough Mora, I'd get back to doing what I loved. But somewhere along the way, I started to lose sight of what that was. Just like those critics with their dishonest reviews, I became all about the trappings of success, at the expense of the art itself.
At least you came to your senses in time, and you've got an amazing group of talented people behind you. That's right. Yeah, he's so lucky to have this group.
You're right. Yes, I'm a very lucky man. Anyway, enough about my problems. What are we going to do about the threat letter that Lynette
It's
received?
okay. It's okay.
I've been looking into it a lot
It's okay.
the past couple of days, but it doesn't seem like it was one of our competitors after all.
Ah, yes, about that.
Lynette, do you have a moment?
Here comes the apology.
Mm-hmm. Wait, you're Jillian's sister, right?
I'm sorry. Gina insisted on coming to see Lynette. I couldn't stop her.
Lynette, I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus. Lynette just shot me a glance. I think she's unsure which mode to use in this situation. What's she talking about? Never heard of it. This might, if we can pull this off. For Lynette's cooperation. Please, game. Why game? Okay, no, we have it. No, we don't have it. Oh, we do have it. It's 6. Okay, fine. I don't know why I thought it was like higher.
Yeah, me neither.
That's such a good answer.
Wait, but...
Oh, do you mean when we ran into you at the Sandra? And you said some mean things to me?
Because this is like, what I love about this is it doesn't make anything more complicated. It's like, hey, it's very clear we know what happened. But it's also us showing like, hey, like, let's move on.
As I recall, you were only trying to look out for your sister. It was just a few words.
And this fits the letter.
Don't worry. Whatever it was you said, I've already forgotten.
Oh.
Exactly.
I see.
Exactly.
Well, it sounds like Gina knows what she did was wrong. Owning up to your mistakes and committing to do better in the future is what counts.
I understand that feeling of wanting to stand up for your family when they're being mistreated.
Heck yeah.
Really, I do. But next time, maybe consider a different tactic? Something you can pull off more effectively and without arousing suspicion.
Alright, that's enough. Stop giving her ideas.
Got it. Thank you.
She was like, why did you do something better? Like, she's like, threaten me better next time.
Why do I feel like I'm missing something here?
Don't worry about it.
Hey, here you are. I was wondering where you'd all run off to.
Great! Everyone's in one place. That makes this so much easier.
What's up?
What do you think? It's group photo time. We have to commemorate the debut of the Lost Puppet Director's Edition. Okay, everyone, we all have pretty awkward smiles on our faces in the photo from Hotel de Boer, so this time, no forced smiles allowed.
Real smiles only.
Oh, am I really not allowed to force a
You can do whatever you want. Is smiling tough for you?
I'll try, I suppose. I think I can manage.
Lynette, Traveler, come on. You two should be right in the middle.
Well, Jillian could be too.
3, 2, 1, smile!
Are we gonna get to see the photo? Yes. Even Gina's in it too. That's so freaking cool as well. Yeah, that story like really was of like owning up to your mistakes, right? That's what it felt like. It was like, it's like you made a few mistakes, but it's okay. You've been pushed into the right direction now as well. I do like, it's such a perfect ending. The idea of like using, you know, does a different ending can happen here? Oh, wow. Using the celebrity status of Lynette and Lyney and Farina and ourselves even as well as a way to like really push the idea of like no, like if you do this, if you shut this down, it's gonna be even worse publicity. Because if Farina doesn't write the review, if Lyney and Lynette are unhappy about how the performance went, even though they were trying to do something avant-garde and fourth wall breaking, you're the one that's going to be in trouble in this situation. But what we also had here as well was, once again, Genshin turning something kind of on its head. I didn't suspect it was going to be him, but then a little bit into it, you're kind of like, okay, maybe you could suspect that. But he was just more frustrated with himself. The idea that he let this happen, so he tried to channel his anger towards Lynette, which I think is like, you know, it happens a lot with people where legitimately you can like, is it the choice with Gina? Wait and see how things will play out. Okay, it happens a lot with people. Like, let's be honest here. Like, we sometimes have done it in the past ourselves where we make a mistake for ourselves, and it's a very like immature thing to do. But like, I think humans in general have like very immature tendencies even when they've grown up. But we will be like, okay, like I did this thing wrong, so it's like, oh, like, but this person did this, and you get frustrated at them, right? So it kind of like feels that way sometimes. I don't know, like it's, and I'm glad that in the end you kind of figured it out. See how things play out.
That letter? I was the
Much
one
prefer
who
the
wrote
other
it.
option, by the way.
What?
Gina? So it was you?
Director, it's time for... Oh, okay. Weird.
A little bit of weird energy.
I think we came at a bad time.
Lynette, Gina must have been worried sick about me. I'm sure even she wouldn't do something so stupid if she was in her right mind. I'm so sorry. I promise I'll make it up to you somehow.
Again, it was dumb, but again, she did it in a way that like was in the heat of passion. I think that's such a good theme in this as well, is the idea of like people having like these think before you jump, lack of thinking before you jump actions.
Jillian, no! This is completely my fault, and I'm the one who should have to bear the consequences. I got the wrong end of the stick and completely misjudged Lynette.
Yeah, you're young though. Shall we hero? I'm not saying you can't have consequences when you're younger, by the way, because like there has been characters in this game that have been younger that we've also put consequences on as well. But I feel like in this situation, it's not just a no harm, no foul. It's a learning experience for Gina. That's the way I see it. Shall we hear what Lynette has to say?
Well, since I haven't actually suffered any losses, seeking redress could be difficult.
That's what I'm saying. It's like no one was actually harmed. It was very clear that it was coming from a place of like frustration, immaturity, and trying your best to protect your sister.
Maybe we could just let this one slide.
That's awesome. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, the other one I still prefer because I love like how playful it is, but this one's awesome too.
Really? Are you sure?
After all, Gina wouldn't be the first person to ever misjudge me, right?
True.
In any case, I think we can all agree it was a misunderstanding and nothing more. No need to
Great stuff.
overcomplicate things.
Really great stuff.
But still, I was wrong to write that letter. I should own up to my actions. Make it up to you in some way.
I feel like that's good too, right? Yeah, that's not bad, right? To like want to like, you know, have like, yeah, to own up to something.
If that's what you really want, then how about helping out backstage?
There we go.
Huh?
And now she's gonna get to see her sister perform all the
The
time.
crew could always use an extra hand. Plus, it'll give your older sister a chance to keep an eye on you.
Very good from Lynette.
And stop you getting into any more trouble.
Thank you, Lynette. Really. Thank you so much.
A few days later, you once again make your way to the opera side of Lynette's invitation. You're finally awake and the show's about to start.
Is it? I'm so much more at home here in the audience. I get to sit on a comfy seat, and I don't have to activate my energy-consuming modes all the time.
You gave her your supporting role. Oh, it sounds like Gina. Oh, Gina got the supporting role?
Mary, you said she's a very
Nice.
promising young actress, and she has natural chemistry with her older sister. In their capable hands, the show doesn't need me to attract an audience anymore.
And that also shows the growth that he has had because he instantly saw her and was like, yeah, why didn't she play the role?
Phew. Freedom at last.
You don't feel even a little bit disappointed Fame was around the corner? I don't think... Yeah.
Fame is more trouble than it's worth. I'd rather leave that side of things to my brother
And that's fair.
and the others.
That's so fair.
I'm happiest when I get to sit in a quiet place, watch them do their thing, and cheer them on. Yep, exactly like I'm doing now.
Lovely. Oh my god, it's perfect in every way. It's perfect in every single way. And look at how he's looking at her. He's like, yes, so proud. Look at that. Look at that. So proud of her. So proud of her. And then our last gift for this as well is just in more Primo gems, which is awesome. Oh my god, we're like up here as well. That was I think that'll be the last quest we do in Fontaine altogether. Tomorrow we're going to be getting a lot of waypoints. I'm not sure exactly if we're going to be doing other things in the cleanup episode. We didn't even do a cleanup episode last time for Sumeru. The cleanup episodes originally were like to do a bunch of world quests that I wanted to do. But this time around, I feel like I did every single world quest. I think as well, for Fontaine, I think you guys would agree, the way I managed the world quests is probably the best we've ever managed them. While I think in Sumeru, we did we managed the R&R quest perfectly. I think we did. But I think that I definitely there's times in Sumeru I feel like I probably should have done, I did some stuff here and some stuff there. Another example is, but we definitely got better in Sumeru of handling the world quests. We did have to go back and do a few other ones as well. I think Inazuma, the world quest, I wasn't prepared for how chunky they were, and they're not even nearly as chunky as what Fontaine or not even Fontaine, but what Sumeru was going to be. But I remember with the Rue quest, I feel like I definitely could have handled that better and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And not just it has to be something that has to be handled, but it's I think the pacing I did in Fontaine for world quest was perfect. I think it was absolutely perfect. But I think as well, one thing I would change is maybe doing some more world quests before we get to Act 5 of a game. That's the only thing I would probably change next time. But I think it was still pretty fantastic. So with this quest here, it really was a quest about, I guess, owning up to your mistakes. And that's in terms of this row here, and this, because we talked about the other one already. The other gigantic one with the original one. It's so crazy how different they were, though, right? Because while this was about the acting troupe itself and how it was the director trying to find the artistic integrity again, and Lynette also being very mature and realizing, hey, this is not for me. Even though I got this push into it, I realized this is not for me, and that's such a mature thing to think about. Again, we talked about how hard it is to give up a leading starring role, and it really feels like that. We had a lot of with Gina, with Mario, and also for the people that would choose not to own up to their mistakes, they were the ones that were fooled in the end. The reporter who wrote his review too quickly, the guy who funded this, who believed in hiring a celebrity before hiring someone who's really good in their acting role. And I want to make it clear as well, there's nothing wrong with hiring a celebrity if they do a really superb job. I think Boy and the Heron is a perfect example with Robert Pattinson. But Robert Pattinson has proved himself a million times over again as well. Because I think voice acting is, especially when this game puts such an emphasis on how good voice actors are in this game. And the voice actors in this game are professional voice actors. They're voice actors who've been working for years, who you can recognize from so many other games, that are so good at what they do. And I feel like there's another example that happens in the movie industry all the time where it's let's hire a celebrity for this role. Because it will get more attention, you know what I mean? Let's just be honest here. Chris Pratt didn't do a terrible job in some roles or whatever, but then again, that's what I've heard. I haven't seen him actually do any of his performances. But it's also a sense of back in the day when I was a kid watching cartoons, a lot of times it would just be the professional voice actors doing a lot of the cartoons, and that's the way it kind of would go. And I know TV and movies are different things, but yeah, I love the way it was him taking back his artistic integrity. He needed that push to come back into getting his artistic integrity. I love how Lynette and Lyney did their magical performance within this performance, showing how good they are at like still fooling the audience and fooling people around them. That was really awesome too. But what's crazy about this run, this choice with the play, Elodie's just at large. Those animals didn't get saved. Isn't that insane? Like, this is an amazing, like, if you look at like that's why it's you're just careful not to think about what's canon in this. Like, I think, you know, for the sake of the world, the canon version of this is that the animals were saved. You know what I mean? It's so crazy how different that was as well. Because in that we got to see like something that Lynette really shines in, which is like, you know, being very analytical and being very like, you know, straightforward a lot of things and understanding like situations, while also like showing again her social battery. That's another thing that's been a common theme with this too. I really like this hangout. I think it was probably like one of my favorites. In terms of hangouts, by the way, I probably should like, I have unlocked every hangout, I think. The only hangouts I haven't done are Noelle's, we haven't finished Diana's, and Bido's. That's the 3 hangouts, but we can do those at any time. I'm not going to be doing them now. We can do those at any time. There's no pressure on my mind about this stuff. Like, I think the Noelle hangout would be very fun to do someday as well. Like, Beto's hangout as well is obviously something we can do as well. Mavawika's story quest will be done obviously at some point too. But I have like nothing. Like, there's nothing I need for these keys anymore after this point, which is crazy. In terms of the, like all these hangouts are super, super fun for me. The ones I feel like are going to be most memorable are these, like in terms of like the ones that I feel like were like the ones that had like the best story. Man, I was about to give like a final verdict. I'm looking at all of these, but in terms of like a story, impactful story, I would say like these 3 are definitely shoe-ins, right? Kaya, Kaveh, Lynette, which were fantastic. Farazan's was very emotional too. Yeah, Layla's was also very, yeah, there's so many really good. This is so good. This is so, so good. So, so good. But such a fun time. Guys, tomorrow is the cleanup episode. Then Saturday, we will not have any video of Genshin for the first time in ever. There'll be no Saturday Genshin video. Now, I don't know if there will be a shorter video. If there is a shorter video, it'll be uploaded, but there'll be no Genshin video on Saturday, possibly. And that is for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's like we've been going gung-ho, because I've, you know, it's been so fun going through this entire game that like it's been really hard to even like think about stopping. We've been doing so many quests and so many long quests and doing so many fun things on the side as well, that it really is a case of like, I feel like, you know, you get what I'm saying? It's like taking the Saturday episode off, especially when we're about to go to Natlan, I just think makes sense. I think it's like, okay, let's take a breather, just a day, and be like, okay, whew, you know what I mean? And then go, here we are. Right, here we are in Natlan. I feel like that's a great way of doing it, because we'll do the cleanup episode tomorrow and then we'll go to Natlan on Sunday. And it's a tradition at this point that we go to Sunday, we talk about that first episode of Natlan for like our new region for a week, and then we go back in gung-ho once again into Genshin. And I hope that you guys understand what I'm saying with that. But for now, guys, I want to say thank you so much to everyone who watches this series. Thank you so much for supporting this. This is the last quest I believe we're doing in Fontaine. Who knows, there might be like a random quest I choose to do tomorrow. But for now, I will say thank you to the Never Can Repay Baby Gangster here on Patreon, that being Typhara2, Jamie Bull, Janet the Banana, The Ghost of Inazuma, Felicitas Felix, Ewald, Radish, Anusta, Death Trap, Lynx Markey, Yasacid, Jared Beanham, Colorbow, True Peanut Butter, Alpaca Juice, Peter Shelson, Heck, and SR Fiji, and I will see you all so soon, guys. Let's do the thing with Tartaglia here. With a bow? Here we go.
Brace yourself. This is gonna hurt.
Why did we let him do this? He kind of like was fighting the narwhal for us. Maybe for himself in a little way too. And also it's such a serve to show like his stomach just a little bit. Like, he knows how cute he is. He knows. He knows. Sarash, stop crowding me. Sarash, please. Okay guys, I'll see you soon. Bye bye.